Free Fire World Series 2024 Fall Trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand.
You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh no. Indonesian is better. Everyone knows that Thailand has the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams. And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right? It's our country. Impossible for other region to win. No chance for you guys.
don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement.
Let's go.
The tournaments will have 3 stages: knockout, point rush, and grand finals. Starting on 16 August 2024, 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6 weeks.
They will compete in 18 match days across 6 weeks of knockout stage.
Oh, and a friendly reminder, do not give 5 booyah to that team again, my dear survivors.
Teams from 4 regions will be sorted into 3 pools to groups A, B, and C.
Each match day will feature 2 groups playing 6 matches in the following map order. For map location will be Bermuda, Category, Alpine, Kalahari, Nextera, and the final map that will be randomly chosen each day to keep things unexpected.
At the end of the knockout stage, 6 teams will be eliminated, while 12 teams will move on to the next stage, Point Rush. Over 11 and 12 October 2024, they will play 12 high-stakes matches. No one gets eliminated, but every point counts. These crucial points will serve as a head start points, heading into the grand final stage. The grand final will be on 13 October 2024 in Surabaya, Indonesia. 12 teams will battle in the ultimate showdown across 6 matches.
Who will be the champion?
Vietnam!
Thailand? No, Indonesia and Malaysia.
Let's find this out at the
Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Fall.
Mau lawan Indonesia? Jangan ya, Dek ya. Indonesia kali ini pasti menang. Inilah tim Indonesia, sang harapan baru. Esports DeFi, Onyx Olympus, RRQ Raju, Indostar, Bigetron Delta. Masih berani lo pada? Kita punya piala FFWS.
998 999 1,000 ง่ายๆผมคิดว่าทีมพวกผมไม่ต้องซ้อมก็ชนะได้พวกคุณอยากเห็นไหมล่ะนี่เป็นทีมของเราที่จะชนะ AG Global Attack All Around บุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ด Esports ทีม Falcon ทวิสเต็ดไมล์ไม่ต้องมาท้าพวกเราแกแพ้แน่ในปีนี้เรามีแล้ว3 ถ้วยรางวัลยังจะมากล้าท้าเราอีกเหรอ
Các bạn đã chuẩn bị chưa nào? Hãy đón chờ những bất ngờ từ Việt Nam nha. Chúng tôi sẽ hạ gục các bạn một cách dễ dàng.
Đây là cái tem của chúng tôi nhất định sẽ chiến thắng. B Esports, WAZ, Heavy, God of Work, UA Esports.
Hãy đón chờ thất bại đi.
Macam tu je jenis power dalam kandang ni.
Inilah pasukan kita. Espen, Todak, Vamos Esports.
Hey Indo, jaga-jaga ya. Korang akan rata dalam kandang sendiri.
It's time for me.
ตอนนี้เวลาของผม
Đây là lúc của chúng tôi.
Ni waktu kemenangan kita.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Be something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it, cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get ready, Free Fire fans!
The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 Fall Trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand.
You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh no. Indonesian is better. Everyone knows that Thailand has the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams. And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right? It's our country. Impossible for other region to win. No chance for you guys.
don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement.
Let's go.
The tournaments will have 3 stages: knockout, point rush, and grand finals. Starting on 16 August 2024, 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6 weeks.
They will compete in 18 match days across 6 weeks of knockout stage.
Oh, and a friendly reminder, do not give 5 booyah to that team again, my dear survivors.
Teams from 4 regions will be sorted into 3 pools to groups A, B, and C.
Each match day will feature 2 groups playing 6 matches in the following map order. For map location will be Bermuda, category, Alpine, category, Nextera, and the final map that will be randomly chosen each day to keep things unexpected.
At the end of the knockout stage, 6 teams will be eliminated, while 12 teams will move on to the next stage, Point Rush. Over 11 and 12 October 2024, they will play 12 high-stakes matches. No one gets eliminated, but every point counts. These crucial points will serve as a head start points, heading into the grand final stage. The grand final will be on 13 October 2024 in Surabaya, Indonesia. 12 teams will battle in the ultimate showdown across 6 matches.
Who will be the champion?
Vietnam!
Thailand. No, Indonesia and Malaysia.
Let's find this out at the Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Fall! Get ready, Free Fire fans! The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 Fall Trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand. You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh no. Indonesian is better. Everyone knows that Thailand has the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams. And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right? It's our country. Impossible for other region to win. No chance for you guys.
don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement.
Let's go.
The tournaments will have 3 stages: knockout, point rush, and grand finals. Starting on 16 August 2024, 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6 weeks.
They will compete in 18 match days across 6 weeks of knockout stage.
Oh, and a friendly reminder, do not give 5 booyah to that team again, my dear survivors.
Teams from 4 regions will be sorted into 3 pools to groups A, B, and C.
Each match day will feature 2 groups playing 6 matches in the following map order. For map location will be Bermuda, Category, Alpine, Carrari, Nextera, and the final map that will be randomly chosen each day to keep things unexpected.
At the end of the knockout stage, 6 teams will be eliminated, while 12 teams will move on to the next stage, Point Rush. Over 11 and 12 October 2024, they will play 12 high-stakes matches. No one gets eliminated, but every point counts. These crucial points will serve as a head start points, heading into the grand final stage. The grand final will be on 13 October 2024 in Surabaya, Indonesia. 12 teams will battle in the ultimate showdown across 6 matches.
Who will be the champion?
Vietnam,
Thailand. No, Indonesia and Malaysia.
let's find this out at the Free Fire World Series SEA 2024 Fall.
Mau lawan Indonesia? Jangan ya, Dek ya. Indonesia kali ini pasti menang. Inilah tim Indonesia, sang harapan baru. Esports Defy, Onyx Olympus, RRQ Kazu, Indostar, Bigetron Delta. Masih berani lo pada? Kita punya piala FFWS.
918 919 1,000 ง่ายๆผมคิดว่าทีมพวกผมไม่ต้องซ้อมก็ชนะได้พวกคุณอยากเห็นไหมล่ะนี่เป็นทีมของเราที่จะชนะ AG Global Attack All Around บุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ด Esports ทีม Falcon Twisted Mind ไม่ต้องมาท้าพวกเราแกแพ้แน่ในปีนี้เรามีแล้ว3ถ้วยรางวัลยังจะมากล้าท้าเราอีกเหรอ
Các bạn đã chuẩn bị chưa nào? Hãy đón chờ những bất ngờ từ Việt Nam nha. Chúng tôi sẽ hạ gục các bạn một cách dễ dàng.
Đây là cái team của chúng tôi nhất định sẽ chiến thắng. B Esports, WAZ, Heavy, God of War, UA Esports.
Hãy đón chờ thất bại đi.
Macam tu je jenis power dalam kandang ni.
Inilah pasukan kita. Espen, Todak, Vamos Esports.
Hey Indo, jaga-jaga ya. Korang akan rata dalam kandang sendiri.
It's time for me.
ตอนนี้เวลาของผม
Đây là lúc của chúng tôi.
Ni waktu kemenangan kita.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle.
Mau lawan Indonesia? Jangan ya dek ya. Indonesia kali ini pasti menang. Inilah tim Indonesia, sang harapan baru. Esports Defy, Onyx Olympus, RRQ Hazu, Indostar, Bigetron Delta. Masih berani lo pada? Kita punya piala FFWS.
998 999 1,000 ง่ายๆ ผมคิดว่าทีมพวกผมไม่ต้องซ้อมก็ชนะได้ พวกคุณอยากเห็นไหมล่ะ นี่เป็นทีมของเราที่จะชนะ AG Global Attack All Around บุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ด Esports ทีม Falcon Twisted Mind ไม่ต้องมาท้าพวกเราแกแพ้แน่ ในปีนี้เรามีแล้ว3ถ้วยรางวัล ยังจะมากล้าท้าเราอีกเหรอ
Các bạn đã chuẩn bị chưa nào? Hãy đón chờ những bất ngờ từ Việt Nam nha. Chúng tôi sẽ hạ gục các bạn một cách dễ dàng.
Đây là cái team của chúng tôi nhất định sẽ chiến thắng. B Esports, WAZ, Heavy, God of War, Hua Esports.
Hãy đón chờ thất bại đi.
Macam tu je jenis power dalam kandang ni.
Inilah pasukan kita. Espen, Todak, Vamos Esports.
Hey Indo, jaga-jaga ya. Orang akan rata dalam kandang sendiri.
It's time for me.
ตอนนี้เวลาของผม
Đây là lúc của chúng tôi.
Ni waktu kemenangan kita.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get ready, Free Fire fans! The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024
For trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, welcome back. This is day 3 of the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall Edition. My name is AJ, I'm the Mustachio, and today we have got a brand new face. Once again, I get the opportunity to work with my man, Mr. Gideon Q. Welcome, sir.
Hey, it feels good to be working with you too, AJ. I'm really excited to be here at FFWS because, again, things have changed past EWC, and I'm gonna be real with you, you know? From that past time up until now, I've been fresh off of the Battle Royale genre. I was so saturated with it. But now, considering the past 3 days of the tournament, I think things are changing up.
Absolutely, right? Some names are shocking the world right up top on the leaderboard. Some names are disappointing their fans just a tad bit. But there's nothing much to worry about. If you're a fan of a team that's lingering down at the bottom of the leaderboard, they still have ample number of days to make it up, right? Because the format is not a sprint, it is a marathon, and a long, long one at that.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of adaptability. It's going to be a lot of changing your strategy, being able to make those quick shots on the fly if necessary. And I think, you know, with the way that the Free Fire landscape is panning out, I mean, I don't know about everybody out there or all of our viewers watching, but it's really difficult to say who is going to win it all at the end of this marathon.
Absolutely. I truly do agree with you, right? I mean, I think we can take FFWS SEA Spring as the perfect example, where you had a team like Buriram United, your 2-time world champs, absolutely decimating their opponents, dominating not just the overall leaderboard, but every single map, conquering it as the #1 squad. And then you get to the grand finals, Falcons just sweeps it away. Not just does it then, people can't even call them lucky because they went on to the Esports World Cup and proved that the marathon helped them train good enough to be the world champions.
Speaking of which, let's look at today's team list. We've got Group A up against Group C with Group A, P Esports, Buriram, AG, IDS, Triple Attack All Around, Triple A, and Vamos for the rest of the Group A.
Absolutely. Group C has got EVOS Divide, Onyx Olympus, WAG. You've got a few more in there as well, but we'll continue with the highlights onto Group A here. The 2 standout teams obviously has to be AG Global and Buriram United. Both of these teams are topping the charts at the moment for this particular group, but we also have to look at some of those who are in Group C who would like to give them a good run for their money, and that would obviously be Twisted Minds. But we do also have, of course, the bottom dwellers who need to buck up today before week 1 comes to an end.
Yep, I know you were talking a lot about the Indonesian. This could be their prime time for them to collect some really good points and set themselves up for the later half of the tournament. But I think Vietnam has been doing okay for now, right? It's that downloading theory. You got to figure out how everybody else plays before you get your own game going.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, this time around, the grand finals is going to happen in Indonesia. So every single Indonesian team would want to play on that home ground, get that home ground buff for themselves. Obviously, they would be looking forward to qualifying. And thankfully, with this, you know, extended or, you know, elongated format that we've got here running at FFWS SEA, they do have some time to go in there and experiment and see what they should be doing, what they should be avoiding.
Yeah, I think that here's the thing, right? After what happened in EWC, it's really, really tough to tell whether or not the adaptations are going to be good enough, especially for a short period, right? So now that we come into the marathon, it's really going to give time for specific teams, like even Twisted Minds or even Bigatron Delta, to really find their own place in the tournament, whether it be people attacking you in the early game or whether it's just closing out the game at the very end. Now, you mentioned to me that Bigatron Delta from Indonesia has been one of the better performing teams, considering that it's only Group A and as well as Group C. Let's talk a little bit more about him. Why do you believe so?
Yeah, I mean, the numbers speak for themselves, right? Obviously, RRQ has set themselves apart from every other Indonesian squad. At the moment, they're the #1 squad in the overall leaderboard. But apart from them, if we just want to compare Group C as well as A, Bigatron Delta, numbers-wise, is doing the best. But things could change, you know. They already have something called a solid momentum. I'm expecting them to continuously run with that for today, because obviously they want to wrap up, they want to end this on a high, and they haven't really shown up all that too much at FFWS SEA level. So this is their opportunity to really prove themselves, and I think they're going to take every single one.
I feel like missed opportunities is going to be the biggest downfall of a lot of these teams here at FFWS, right? Because from one week to another, technically from day to day, it's going to be a different challenge, a different change, different adaptations with so many other groups with other play styles to make that happen. Because for the game schedule today, as per usual, it's going to be Bermuda, Purgatory, Alpine, Kalahari, Nextera, and a random map to close things off.
Absolutely. And of course, as usual, whoever plays hardest will get that random map as a spot where they're most definitely proficient at. We've seen this give a couple of teams a little bit of a solid advantage there in the past, but this is also going to be throwing some caution in the air for some of the teams who are just purely depending on some of the maps that they're good at, right? They have to also hope and pray that they do find those improvements on maps where they're not so proficient at looking for points on, because it will matter when we get into Point Rush as well as the Grand Finals later on. You just have 6 rounds. You only have 6 opportunities to make the best of, to call yourself the champions of Southeast Asia for Free Fire. And obviously, you need to pick up all of those opportunities to really sharpen your approach to every single one of these maps.
And that's why I like how every single day we start on a map that everybody technically has the same playing field, and that's Bermuda, a default map that everybody gets to know and love. And then we get into some of the weirder stuff later down the line, but at the very least, it builds up that early momentum, like you mentioned, right? GOW Esports, Team Falcons, and even Twisted Minds are doing extremely well. And, you know, considering if they start off with a 70-point game for the start of today, it's really going to carry on for the next 3 or 4 maps.
Absolutely. Granted, GOW as well as Falcons, they have already concluded their number of matches for week 1. So the only one here that we perhaps would love to highlight would be Twisted Minds. They will be in play shortly, and obviously they'll be looking for some big points, right? They have got a very close competitor, which is AG Global. AG Global played on day 1, set the record for the most number of points picked up within the day. It was the first day of play, 122. Twisted Minds played yesterday and they beat that record, getting 130. So I'm expecting to see a really close fight between these two teams today.
I mean, it just goes to show that all of these teams have just so much personality. They can't stand somebody one-upping them. They can't stand if somebody's just dominating the lobby that hard. They've got to show what they're all capable about. And I mean, even with some of the player camps, if these players are not in the zone, or maybe they're too in the zone, they get a look at that camera. They know exactly what they want to do. That's how they show their personality.
Your star player, Dew, he was the MVP at the FFWS 2023 Bangkok, and whenever AG Global does manage to walk away with a booyah, it's usually Dew who holds that MVP title. One of the most proficient snipers out there on the battlefield. He rarely misses, and he absolutely wrecks the competition, especially when he has the combo of the AWM.
I mean, in the past couple of days, he's already pulled off some pretty incredible shots, and, you know, his team appreciates him for that consistency. Let's see how long it's going to take before somebody really ruins his day. And that could be anybody, right? It's anybody's opportunity to get some major points today and set themselves up for a easier walk to the finish line.
Absolutely, man. And of course, we are on standby for game number 1. The players are gearing up to hop on into Bermuda to see exactly who walks away with the biggest chunk of the points here. Obviously, Twisted Minds will be looking for that number 1 spot. They have gathered the most number of points thus far on this map, a total of 40 for themselves, but no booyah. I'm pretty sure they'll be aiming for it in this game. But AG Global, who are going to be playing as well, they already have 1 booyah on Bermuda. They're going to be looking to make it 2. They're going to be looking to catch up with Hua with the 3 booyahs overall, and of course to beat that as well. So a lot is happening here. And you know, of course, the spotlight's going to be on some of the top flight teams, but we also have to look at the bottom dwellers, because you know, you've got teams like Attack All Around, Vamos, P, Esports dead in the bottom. I mean, you have to pick up some sort of points here, and your best case scenario is avoid a lot of those engagements and get into the final circle for a good head start.
Ah, man, but you're talking about at least one Malaysian team, right? We know how we like to play. We know how we like to get in people's faces here. So maybe whether or not they find the gun game good enough for them in the beginning of this map, hopefully that's going to be enough to at least get them into top 4.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Bermuda's gearing up. I hope you're ready. I am ready. This is the final day of play for week 1. Let's see exactly who can wrap things up at the top of the leaderboard. Let's see how quickly RRQ loses their number 1 spot. And of course, they can't do anything about it. They're in Group B. They are done for the week.
They are done for the week, but at the very least, they got the Galaxy S24 Ultra to keep them company and to analyze the gameplay of all of our teams here, because Group B finally gets to sit out for once and analyze the drops coming on from each of these teams. And it looks like the path, very standard, very normal. It's not skewed to any one of these sides, but let's see how these early engagements go.
Yeah, early engagements for Heavy versus Vamos for sure. So the Malaysians are going to be in a little bit of a heated battle very early in this matchup. AG Global up against WAG as well because of the skewed flight path. Mars Electric is going to be a tad bit difficult to get to. And AG is known to very quickly loot up their area, rotate out, looking for opponents early on with the R1. So we'll catch up with them in a little bit. First, we bring our attention to Heavy as well as the Malaysians. Vamos! And Jun finding an early one through that Farmers.
Yeah, that's a really unfortunate position here because Vamos was able to touch down first and start looting up. They've even got vehicles to get into the mix.
Oh my. There's just no way Artemis survives this one. Heavy taking heavy fire under Vamos. Vamos has got everything. Guns, vehicles, you name it. Boys from Heavy on the other hand will look to trade one right back out. Ramiel getting a little bit too aggressive. Will pay for it as Kabi is there. Fantastic headshot. And the follow-up as well. Jun in a 1v2 situation and he cannot get the job done. Kathizi and McRory dropped way too far. And this has always been the bane of the plays for Team Vamos. Always a little too cheeky with their approach. Not waiting for backup. And that obviously has backfired a little bit. But all thanks to the pocket market, early game revivals are not going to be a big problem.
I think it's just early greed, right? After you get two people down, you see there's two left. They're just like, you know, if one person trades the other, we should, mathematically, it should be totally fine. But let's look at AG and as well as WAG as they both start to make it 4 compounds on the opposite side. This is going to be a bit of an awkward fight here.
Most definitely will be if WAG gets caught out here. But AG Global says, no, thank you. So as anticipated, AG Global did drop in towards Factory and then very quickly rotated out. And I was expecting them to drop by Pochinok, but both teams had the same idea to move towards Mars Electric. And I think AG is just going to try to delay this as long as possible to wait for a little bit of backup. Explore, no grenades up just yet, and a good use of the Tatsuya to bears away and then drops between 2 players. I think that one was a misclick and stopped with a very easy knock through that Mag 7. Krillin falls as well as Dew. Easy shot straight to the head with the XM8.
Making it nice and quick here. Really good stuff from AG's side. They're just playing off of the information, right? They hear the initial breathalyzer and they're like, okay, somebody's definitely up there. Let's just take our time, let the right characters do the work to break in as BTR. They want to get rid of the rest of Heavy.
I thought he pulled it off, but Koja was there in the right place at the right time to back up the rest of his team members, call them back to inform them that the guy just hopped on out of the window, but he gets the job done all on his own. Megatron Delta almost got there.
Yep, and that's like 90% of the pro player survey of how exactly do you die? It's like I got thirded, you know, wrong place, right time, and now we look at attack all around up against EVOS Divine.
EVOS Divine on the approach, but attack all around. They do have the advantage here. They've already opened the assault bunker. They've got the better weapons. But it's all about the time as Poon got backs away. Very few glue walls on the players for the side of attack all around. So I don't know what the loot's like here for the Indonesians. But for the time being, they're not getting too aggressive just yet. Tatsuya burst jump bot does manage to back away from that engagement. Double glue wall erected as well. And they're not just going to fall just yet as Bara backs away. Everybody inside the assault bunker. And now they've just switched positions.
They're pushing back out, trying to get on the outside, holding on the inside. It's a good adaptation coming in from EVOS. It buys them the precious bit of time that they have to restock themselves and then push them back out.
Triple blue wall melters. Abex will find the first spray. Pokey drops as well. Jump God with the recovery, but EVOS Divine says way too easy for us. They mow down attack all around. And I believe there's still one more survivor out there. Attack all around will be able to hop on right back into this.
Good team play coming out from EVOS Divine, right? They're making sure that they're not taking individual fights. They're always going for that 2v1 every single time. If you're exposed, if you're outside of cover, you're just taking twice the amount of damage. And I think, unfortunately for attack all around, they didn't exactly have the awareness to swing at the same time. I mean, that and the glue wall melters really halted them in their tracks. But now we look at Vamos as well as P Esports getting attacked by BTR Delta.
Yeah, Bigatron just chasing PE Esports players outside the circle and outnumbered, but Wang An still gets a headshot, but a sliver of health left on him. Digs from the back, Trogon. Finally, the guy goes down, outnumbered indeed, but Wang An performed pretty well. Now he's slowed down Bigatron Delta enough for Vamos to catch up. Will the Malaysians take advantage? As they approach, they do see the players from Indonesia traveling around, but they try to back away as well. They don't want to get too aggressive just yet.
A little different here. They're not just sending it this time round. They're allowing BTR to fully recover, and if they happen to walk out, like Koyong right now, getting shot, forcing to use glue walls to get back into the structure.
Great stuff. As Jun ever so slowly catches up with the rest of the Begatron players, and both teams playing outside the zone. It's the first circle, not going to hurt all that too much, but you can't take advantage of the situation as well. It's easy. Good use of the Tatsuya bursts away. He's got one more charge left in his pocket, but a sliver of health gets away from that engagement. And now the rest of the players all together. But is this going to be a little disadvantageous for them? A couple of grenades can wreck them. Katizi dropped by Ekal and his Drogon. The headshot absolutely wrecking the guy. But an instant revival coming through. So Vamos has got that insurance policy. Even if they fall at the hands of Bigatron, the team does not get eliminated just yet.
Oh, they're still holding out real strong here, and now Jun.
Wow.
Gonna get knocked down. Like, this is quite the turnaround from BTR. Obviously, there were certain moments that could have been done a little bit better, but hey, you know, they recovered very nicely after one of their members got third early on and bought just enough time for the rest of BTR Delta to not only regroup, but go for a rebuy at the same time.
Yeah, just like we were talking about, right? As far as Indonesia is concerned, you count RRQ out, BDR at the moment looks like they are the second best team out of that nation. Let's see if they can continue this. 8 points early game and such clean executions out there on the battlefield, right? Vamos stood no chance whatsoever. The only reason why they're not eliminated just yet is all thanks to that pocket market. That revival came in the nick of time. Do manage to back away, but you know, you look at the quality of a squad based on exactly how much of time they had to, you know, face in a certain situation, and they were the ones being ambushed by Vamos. The way they set up the defense and then played that counter was just way too beautiful to watch.
And I think teams need to be just a little bit sharper when it comes down to like revives and things like that, right? Because again, they come from the sky. You're not looking there half the time because you're in the middle of combat, especially when you're that close at CQC range. That's why having a sniper on an off angle, or at the very least has a better scope of the land, can at least relay that information when it does happen. But I think overall, it just comes down to mechanics. And now we're going to look at the opposite side of the map, right? With AG, Bermuda a little further away, EVOS Divine, where we were watching earlier, and it looks like IDS is making their way up this hill.
A potential sandwich here for AG Global as they approach a compound already held by EVOS Divine earlier on. Indostars rotating from the back. If AG Global missteps this, it might just be a little too deadly. Indostars obviously going to look to rotate into the circle shortly as well. So only time will tell as to exactly who gets caught out in all of this mess. 11 teams still standing. I do not like this because it's just going to be chaotic in a bit.
Yep, and that's why the circle is so important. You're either an inside circle team or an outside circle team, one of which to predetermine. They have their own benefits. Being an in-circle team, at the very least, you have a position in the circle that you can kind of hunker down and hold out and keep everybody out. But then we look at Twisted Minds, who's playing on the outer ring, outer in the blue as well, on Riverside, just to make sure that their backs are clean to find a potential opportunity to sneak into the zone.
And you always got to admire the rotations of Twisted Minds, just taking and playing it in the most slowest of ways, using a portal go to get into a better situation. The moment they spotted out Onyx Olympus out there on the battlefield, Onyx now scrambled across the battlefield with Kibase holding the back lines. Diamond spotted him out already. A couple of shots. They do find the connection. Kibase is dead meat. There's just no way he gets away from all of these Twisted players, unless he gets a little bit of backup from up top on that high ground.
I think he is, right? You don't see Twisted Minds shoving as hard. We do see a TP from Twisted Minds at the very least, just to try and get some high ground on him, trying to encapsulate the initial pick, but they couldn't. Wait, hold on, let's jump back. PE Esports, what?
Yeah, Trip Mine took out one player from the side of PE Sports, and of course we saw the grenade launcher as well. PE in a lot of trouble. LBT dropped, Narrow off, and it will be the LMG that gets the sprays. Car on fire. Narrow can't get away too far, but the pocket market still can bring one player back in. They can buy that insurance. Don't Cry wiped out as well. What can Narrow do? ABAC straight up in his face with the portal go. Drogon in hand. Backstab. Narrow still surviving with a solid glue wall. But the shot from the back, heavy interferes, and PE Sports bites the dust too early.
Oh, unfortunate for PE Sports, but EVOS, they don't mind this at the very least. They've got ways to get out of this tough situation and at the very least position themselves for the next ring here, while Heavy has to slowly creep upon the ground. As long as there's some kind of fire back from the furthest member, Heavy, they're not going to advance as quickly, but they've set up a TP just to try and close that distance. It's a little difficult to hold, especially when EVOS is looking right at the entrance. They're just going to have to leg it at this point, if not rotate from the southern side.
My goodness, this one is going to be a huge advantage to EVOS Divine. If Heavy goes in for a direct pursuit, they cannot do so. They have to take the play of Twisted Minds that we saw earlier for a long rotation into the circle just to avoid these engagements. Last thing you want to do is be gatekept, and I love how they're doing this. They send out a UAV in 2 different directions just to make sure nobody's hunting them from the back. Nobody's going to be in front of them as they rotate in towards that circle by flanking towards that right-hand side. So strategy-wise, they still have got it, and Heavy on the approach. And by the time they get here, Attack All Around and AG Global would probably be halfway through this gunfight that they have going on with each other.
I mean, it's more of a nade fight. They've just been throwing nades at each other the whole time until they engage.
Attack All Around still at the bottom. AG Global with the advantage now. Heavy clear shots to the top, but the circle's still going to be putting Heavy under a lot of pressure. AG Global has got a solid advantage and nobody gets to attack them just yet, unless, of course, the portal go from either Heavy or Indostars kicks in. Attack All Around is going to be pretty comfortable. They're not going to be aggressing just yet until we find out where circle number 4 drags us to.
I think the decision made by Attack All Around is actually smarter, though. Holding the base of the structure compared to having to, like, maybe trade proactively against AG on their top side. At the very least, you have people on your top side to take the initial brunt of the damage, because you have so much more cover to play with at this point, unless you're on the back side of that, the southern side of that roof. Now, Heavy, they're going to slowly approach. There's not a lot to work with on the northern side of this map, and that's why you're seeing Twisted Minds and EVOS Divine really duking it out for a spot in the ring.
Oh, timing here. EVOS Divine up to the second floor, looking for some angles to stop Twisted Minds on the approach. But we're going to have to put a pause on that as WAG finds Indostars outside. X4 backstab by Raz. Strogon gets him down. Indostars, they do have the advantage, but Buriram, he takes out Raz. This is a disadvantage now for the Indonesians. Lean with a sliver of health left, trying to drop the players of WAG, but a double glue wall holds Alan and Clint. Now a 2v1, 18 here, the clutch god for Indostars. Barely surviving whilst Leem tries to get away.
Oh, they're trying to even out the score. It's not looking good. It's a 2v2, but at this point, IDS has already lost their high ground, right? They're too deep in the sauce, and they have to make a choice to either finish this or get out of there, because Buriram is coming and creeping across the high ground as well.
Absolutely, man. And of course, we will catch up with them in a little bit. Twisted Minds still on the approach towards Indostars. Heavy getting the hell out of that alongside Onyx Olympus. Indostars will still need to deal with the pressure that Twisted Minds brings in from the ground floor. Trip mines all being laid out. That's the trap from Twisted Minds. But the portal go play by the Indonesians. They just say, hasta la vista, baby. We'll deal with you later.
And they're also trying to make sure they're stopping Heavy from getting out of there. At the very least, they're trading back and forth, but it's not looking too good as EVOS, they're forced to take it back and now have to deal with Twisted Minds.
They took the portal go out, they took the portal go back in, and now they are backstabbing the players of Twisted Minds who are trying to get into the circle while stanking the blue. Indostars playing with fire right now. They are about to get burned. Artemis, great shot with the grenade launcher. Does manage to get a knock and follows it up. Nameless down on the ground. A double for Artemis. He gets sprayed down! And at the same time, Twisted Minds Diamonds puts the nail in the coffin. What a shot! Almost bleeding out, but he gets saved in the nick of time. V-Dan now needs to hold the ground for the rest of the team members, but double grenades flying towards him, taking down half his life. AWM in hand, no M82B to get those penetration through the glue wall. Finally shut down. Hans and Artemis can't do much. They back away in a 2v4 fight. Hans holds the back lines. Artemis trying to move forward, and he gets tagged up by Onyx Olympus at the same time.
It's not looking good, but oh my goodness, the decisions being made by EVOS is incredible. GA, he's going to go down first, but now, at the very least, they've completely wiped the position of Heavy's presence. They just need to get the revive, pull him back up from and down his knees, back on his feet, and we could look at the opposite side as Buriram initially were trying to third, but AG now stopping them from getting in the ring.
Yeah, Buriram outnumbering the players of AG, though Stop has got that Trogon in hand, trying to catch a player off guard from the back. You spotted out as well. Doesn't have much of an angle to play with, but but Moshi, a sliver of health left. Can he survive? Yes, that Cassie helps him out. Stop though, just steps into a pit of Buriram players and he gets smashed instantaneously, and an easy rotation for Buriram around. But now they're going to walk into two teams at the same time as AG meets Onyx Olympus. A devastating showdown as the Indonesians crush their hopes of getting to that final circle.
Well, they're positioning themselves towards the southwestern side of the map to maybe see this upcoming fight, because Onyx full sending it onto Evos will attack all around on the left flank, just looking for stragglers, 3 points.
Attack all around, one of their best games thus far, finding the final circle. This team has been struggling for quite a while, but I guess today is their recovery. Onyx Olympus, barely any eliminations on their side, but this is that chaos I was talking about, right? Way too many teams surviving up to this point, and we just had team elimination after elimination. Yet again, another one taken out. Onyx Olympus sandwiched between Buriram and Attack all around. The two Thai teams just doing a number on Onyx Olympus. Nothing that the Indonesians can do about this. They crawl around, get high down on the ground though. Kibase trying to pull 1 point at least back, but Buriram says hell no. And now in a 3v4, unless Get High gets picked right back up, and as I say that, back on his feet he goes.
Great support system that they have. They need to close out this game, but it's all up to Attack all around, who technically has the high ground, but even Buriram trying to fight back for it.
Absolutely. In a 4v4, all players all geared for the shot. Poongod with the Bison, but Chaos. Kronos, Time Turner pulled out in the nick of time just to hold him still in this matchup. Osana bleeding out on the ground. A couple of grenades can do them good in a 2v1. Captain Jonah, what can you do? Great stuff! He gets the first knock, but the backup from Limit is there as Attack all around from nowhere to Booyah up at the top.
They finally split Buriram in half, denied line of sight from the reinforcements, and finally took out the captain before he could even make the play. Nicely done by Attack all around, and we were talking about other squads kind of shooting themselves up in the standings, and Attack all around said, yes, we want to be that team. We want to be those guys.
Attack all around played on day one, and they picked up a total of 31 points, 16 placement points, 15 eliminations. I wonder exactly where they're going to be ending up by the end of this matchup. I didn't take a look at the elimination feed earlier on, but either way, this is the best match that they've had thus far. Game number 7 is exactly what does it for them. Fantastic stuff out of a team that truly struggled on the first day of play.
I think they're finally getting their groove back, AJ.
Oh, yeah.
I'm feeling it. I mean, they're from Thailand, so obviously they're going to be good when it comes down to the mechanics, but the decisions being made by them at the very least, becoming a lot more cool, a little bit consistent here, but that's just, I can only say this for Bermuda, right? This could easily change on the next map, or whether if luck just so happens to not be on their side when it comes down to ring RNG.
So at this point of time, they had 8 eliminations, so a total of 12. So 24 points Attack all around walks away with in this first game. Once again, 31 points through 6 matches played, and now in 1 game alone, they've picked up 24. This is a massive improvement for Attack all around. That being said, of course, it was a very disappointing first day for them. I did not expect that sort of a performance from a Thai squad. But this is the kind of adjustments you desperately need out there if that's how you're going to struggle on your opening day of play.
I totally agree, right? Because at the very least, there was a lot of very close calls for this team. And,
like this one.
Yeah, like this one, right? We thought they were about to get entirely wiped out here. But obviously, there are some things that teams are reconsidering when they come down to these moment to moment, especially once you're in the middle of that gunfight. When do we cut our losses and when do we actually go for the kill, right? Because teams who have been able to cut their losses or at the very least balance that line look very, very well. Now, Vamos and BTR is a decent example, but this is the best example, right? Evos Divine. Later down the line, hopefully we do get to catch this moment where they try to go for the TP play and actually fake out Twisted Minds, thinking that they've already left the building. They start walking up towards the high ground, and then they take it back to pincer them.
Yeah, this was that play. I mean, big brain stuff right here from Indostars. I don't think they managed to get much done from it. You know, it was playing with fire. They went outside the circle, took a lot of damage, but the moment they jumped back in, they didn't need to deal with Twisted Minds anymore because the job was already done for them by Heavy, and then they just pounced on Heavy, right? So either way, it worked out beautifully for them. I mean, thankfully, that plan did not backfire on Indostars because it would have been hilarious, because when you try something as crazy as that, you better make sure you can execute it well, right? So things did go well well for them. For attack all around, it was beautiful as well. But of course, we got to throw this on for an interview. We want to see exactly what attack all around has to say for their major improvement in here.
To the A, and this is Attack All Around Jump God! Yay! Welcome, Jump God, to our interview. First question is, do you have any favorite player that you want to play one-on-one?
คำถามแรกก็คือมีผู้เล่นคนไหนไหมคะที่เราอยากลอง1-1ด้วย
ก็ปีเตอร์ครับ
ทีม Falcons Peter
Why?
ทำไมคะ
ก็แบบเล่นเกมอื่นด้วยกันก็อยาก1-1ด้วยอะไรอย่างงี้พี่
We have another competition like outside of the game so we wanna try to play Free Fire like 1v1
But everything in the game, right?
แค่ในเกมใช่ไหม
แค่ในเกมครับ
Yes only just in the game
Okay, next question is, I want to know about you more. What is the difference between on-duty version of you and off-duty version of you?
ก็คือพี่บอกว่าอยากรู้จักมากขึ้นก็เลยอยากรู้ว่าเราเนี่ยในเกมกับนอกเกมอะบุคลิกเราต่างกันไหม
ก็ต่างครับก็ในแข่งก็จริงจังหน่อยครับแต่ถ้าแบบธรรมดาก็แบบตลกกับเพื่อนอะไรเงี้ย
It's different because when I'm on duty like preparing for the competition I will be serious but outside of the game I will be chill and funny with a friend
What about funny with the friend? What did you really like to do with your friends when you have free time or during the day off?
แล้วเวลาที่เราค่อนข้างแบบว่าตลกกับสนุกกับเพื่อนๆเนี่ยมันเกิดขึ้นในช่วงเวลาไหนในระหว่างพักแข่งหรือเวลาพักผ่อนหรือยังไง
ก็ทุกช่วงครับต้องสนุกไว้ก่อนจะได้ไม่เครียด
At every moment we always have fun together so we can relax
Okay, I heard that this season Attack All Around have a new coach. What about him? What do you think about him?
ได้ยินว่า Attack All Around มีโค้ชใหม่รู้สึกไงบ้างกับโค้ชคนนี้คะเป็นไงบ้าง
ดีเยอะขึ้นครับก็แบบมีเล่นด้วยกันเยอะขึ้นครับแผนดี
Our team improve better we play together more and he always prepare the good strategy for the team
Okay, so we can rely on you for the next game, right? Today.
ก็คือเกมหน้าเราจะได้เจอกันแน่ๆใช่ไหม
ใช่ครับ
ก็คือคาดหวังกับ AA ได้
ได้ครับ
Yes of course
Okay, last question. Last but not least, there are a lot of AA fans that waiting for you guys to come back, and you already came here. So, do you want to say anything to your fans?
ก็คือแฟนๆ AA เนี่ยก็คือเฝ้ารอการกลับมาของเราแล้วในที่สุดเราก็ทำบูย่าครั้งนี้ได้มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟนๆไหมคะ
ก็อย่าลืมฝากเชียร์ด้วยครับก็จะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับ
Please cheer for us we will do our best
Okay, and now let's get back to you, Shoutcaster. Ready for the next game.
Thank you very much, Yuki. And that is actually something I'm really looking forward to. A 1v1 in the game of Free Fire between Poongod and Peter. I tell you, that's going to be one of the best shotgun showdowns that you guys can ever watch because Peter is pretty deadly up close and personal.
Hey man, they need to do the 1v1s all over again. They call it a marketing event. They call it's not esports, it's just people shooting. No. There is a high level of skill between these players, and I would love to see which one of these professionals come out on top. Hey, the answer might surprise you.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all, man. I mean, if you guys have not tried Free Fire at a level like this, I tell you, I have no idea how they do it. The movements are just way too quick. I can barely find the final circle whenever I hop into a game of Free Fire. These guys are just playing it on a whole other level. I would not challenge anyone, let alone Peter, the current world champion. But you know, Poongod, he's got some sort of bravado within him, right? From being dead last down at the bottom of the leaderboard, he wants to challenge a team that's currently ranked second and one of the best players out of the team. I respect that, and of course I expect more from them. This is a fantastic comeback. I mean, 24 points in one game once again versus 31 in 6 games. Obviously this is a huge step up, but it's all about the consistency, especially in a day like this, because you've got three crazy teams. You've got Twisted Minds, Falcons, and Buriram, all three playing today, and yet for them to pull that away, it's very, very impressive.
Yeah, no, it is very impressive, especially in a position where, again, I would say that their very final circle, yes, they were in position, and Buriram almost had won that fight, and I think it could have gone both ways there, right? So we're going to have to see this actually happen a couple more times. I'm a very logical person, you know, I like the scientific facts. You got to run these tests a couple more times before we have some solid fact, before it's a true theory.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, above and beyond everything else, Attack All Around did not have a final circle that was easily on their side. It was still open ground. It was all about the positioning. They played their glue walls very, very well, hit behind. They used the natural terrain to their advantage as well, whilst scouting out information on the players on the side of Buriram. And Buriram is very fast, very slick on the battlefield. You know, the executions in the final circle usually are just way too easy for Buriram. So if you're going to walk away with such a tremendous success meeting in a 4v4 against the two-time world champs, then you know you've got it. But of course, we've always known Attack All Around has got it, especially with Jump God, the MVP of the game, walking in with a Skylar, but rocking the Mag 7 this time around. Also playing on the Nairi that is not so much in the meta as of right now because of the nerf in the current patch, but he still does need that extra bit of buff on the HP whenever he lays out those blue walls around himself.
No, it's super useful to have. And I mean, yes, it's not the most conventional, but at the same time, it just goes to show that this team was not exactly running on the best tier of loot, right? And despite all of that, and when we're looking at their stats, their overall damage, not exactly the highest, except for their fraggers, their frontliners here, to find the initial entry. And I mean, Attack All Around, they literally play to their namesake. It feels like they're swarming around you constantly, which is definitely some of the last final statements that we did see from them in the top 5.
Yeah, massive assist coming through as well from Limit, I believe 6. And for Jump God to walk away with a massive number of eliminations, obviously, you know, he had a lot of backup there. But let's take a look at the elimination leader. This is who Jump God wanted to challenge, the current elimination leader, Peter himself from Team Falcons. But of course, that particular record could just be broken today as Saming is pretty close to, of course, catching up. He's not too far away. But Twisted Minds themselves have not shown up very strong. They got caught out by Heavy of all teams earlier on after Indostars tried to pull off the craziest of play with the portal go. Fingers crossed we do get to see a final circle with all of the Thai teams in there, because that'll be pretty fun.
It would be pretty fun. And at the same time, I'm hoping that, you know, maybe some of the other teams are able to kind of even out this bracket, this group for the time being. Because when we're looking at key players, when we're looking at ABAX, for an example, or even Nero, it's not like they're not making great plays of their own. It's really, there isn't as much follow through with the situation continuously changing. And I think, you know, a team that has been given an unfortunate hand has to be Heavy. They had early engagements. They were used to eliminate another team before they got eliminated, and they lost their position in that final circle. That's why the Attack All Around at this point was able to kind of walk on into the ring with minimal casualties, but at the very least, some great placement points.
Yeah, props to Indostars. Although they do not get that second spot, they still slide in there, with all thanks to their eliminations, giving them a total of 19. Followed by Buriram on that third spot. AG Global is still pretty much decent with their performance, so they're not going to fall, too far behind teams like Twisted Minds as well as Buriram. In fact, they are ahead of them in the overall leaderboard. So this is going to help them keep a little bit of that momentum on their side. Just, of course, need to see a little bit of improvement from them.
Yep. Now, looking at the overall standings, currently we see that Buriram and Twisted Minds still within that top 8. We're looking for the rest of the team to actually start catching up from Group A and as well as Group C. I think the point to beat at this, the points to beat is making it into at least 100, because the gap from 8th to 9th is really starting to show.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, between 8 to 9, 33 points. There's no way for Todak to catch up. They're in Group B. They're done with their play already. But of course, if you look at Bigatron Delta and where they are from, up against Todak, they are all equal right now in points. They performed pretty decently in this game as well. Once again, the second best team from Indonesia thus far in FFWS SEA, the fall edition. I'm looking for a little bit of a better performance from Bigatron, maybe in that final circle, maybe even walk away with their first booyah of the competition.
Yeah,
on is definitely the 4th to 5th ring. I think that's when it gets really difficult, right? Because if you don't have like a good read on what the ring is supposed to be, especially if you're an inside gatekeeper type of team, then you've got to get those reads right. If not, the outside teams, as we've seen just now, right? The way that Twisted Minds play, the way that they kind of like corral out towards the outer side of the ring, having one in the blue just to make sure that they can look over tall obstacles like hills or mountains, for an example, just to make sure that they have off angles and make sure that their backs are clear. And I think that's something for Purgatory, a bigger map in comparison to Bermuda, to really start showing the rest of the lobby who's boss.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, you know, in the previous patch, you could just stay outside the circle, pick up as many coins as possible, and it turned into a vending machine, pocket market sort of a gameplay where the biggest spenders get into that final circle, super suited up, ready for huge battles. But this time around, it's a little bit different. The pocket market has had some essential tools removed from that shop in itself, so you still have to make your way towards a vending machine that puts you in a lot of risk because you have no idea who's looking for those vending machines as well. And you know, that just brings some disastrous moments out there on the battlefield. But of course, speaking of disastrous, let's take a look and see exactly who could bring the disaster on this map, right? RRQ, Kazu, Falcons, they're not going to be playing. Twisted Minds, once again, one of the teams that we need to look out for. It wasn't a fantastic start from them, but they can perform well out there on the battlefield. So there is a potential that they may just show up strong once again.
Let's have a look to the player head-to-head, because we're talking about strong, we're talking about headstrong, right? And we have to compare Jump God to Wasana right now. The stats do not lie. Wasana is performing a lot better than Jump God at this point of time, but that's on a very bad start. Today, his stats are definitely going to change, and hopefully if things keep going well for Attack All Around, we might get to see this player head-to-head updated later down the line.
Yeah, but the difference between Jump God and Wasana is Wasana's a super consistent player. If you fall back to FFWS SEA Spring and you look at the performance of Wasana, you're still going to find similar stats, right? Average eliminations around 3.1, 3.5, you know, average headshots 3.6. This guy is a wrecker. But Jump God, on the other hand, the inconsistencies definitely do get to Attack All Around. But we're not going to mess with their heads too much with this head-to-head. I just hope and pray that day one has just taught Attack All Around a good enough lesson to really not repeat that sort of a performance. Thankfully, they've started off the day with the Booyah. I'm hoping for that to carry them up, but that's going to be a risk for all of these other teams as well, because they were thinking, okay, there's one less Thai team to worry about. But the start of today just says, nope, you still got to worry about them too.
Oh, no, don't, please. Your flag colors have red, white, and blue, please, no. I feel like a lot of teams definitely still think that Thailand is going to be on top, and for very good reason as well, right? A lot of these engagements really just boil down. I mean, they have no idea who they're fighting against until they start to look at the kill feed, or at the very least, look at the capes on the backs if they happen to spot them out. But for the most part, they're just going in blind, right? All they can do is rely on their preparation, rely on their own individual skills to get those stats up.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, you know, Garena is just absolutely lethal with all of the ideation on how to bring that chaos in. So, you know, things like switching off the kill feed, things like making the viewers just see generic skins out there on the battlefield sometimes puts you in a little bit of a fix, because you spot a team out there, you hop on in for a fight, and you have no idea who you're shooting at. And, you know, that just makes this whole journey so much more crazy. You really have to plan out and do your homework, because you can make an educated guess as to who you find in a certain compound, but that's all there is to it, right? It's still a guess at the end of the day. And if you poke at the wrong nest, you might just get stung.
As we start hopping into the map, the drop has already been set, and the flight path straight through the middle. Beautiful stuff. Everybody's going to have the full range of the map.
Absolutely. Bigatron Delta, very close to PE Esports. This is not good at all for the Vietnamese squad, especially because Bigatron has been on the upward trend. Their performance has been pretty decent thus far. And PE Esports, on the flip side of things, are currently sitting down at the very bottom of the leaderboard with 26 points over 7 games played. So this is a little bit of a fix that the Vietnamese squad is in, especially after performing really, really well the past week on.
And we want to see whether that consistency is going to continue here, as we see Twisted Minds already getting into some conflict with EVOS Divine. They've already found one pick. The question is whether or not they can do it without any casualties, and it looks like they've successfully done so, and even put EVOS Divine in a very awkward spot.
Yeah, we can say goodbye to EVOS Divine already by this time. 3 players out of the equation. 1 more still there, and Ray brings the revival in the nick of time. Vamos versus Heavy, on the other hand, does not look good for the Malaysians. Ramiel being hunted down. Kathizi down on the ground, bleeding out alongside Jun. Kabi finds him with the MP40. The sprays are there, and the backup takes Vamos out of the equation. Heavy sustains heavy fire, but they're still alive and kicking, but perhaps not for long as attack all around approaches Central.
Let's see how many members. It looks like maybe one, maybe even two. No, it's just Jump God for the time being, having a look at the situation to see how damaged the players of Heavy are, as they've just cleared out a squad. I don't think Jump God really wants to take this engagement for now, probably communicating it to the rest of his team.
Whether or not backup arrives is going to be questionable. Jump God spotted out by Artemis already at this point of time, but Heavy does not want to stay and play. They want to back away from Central. Jump God getting aggressive. P90, good glue wall by Artemis. And the Riptide Rhythm will smash it down instantly. Jump God, no more Riptide Rhythms for him. Artemis spotted out, but back up from up top. Kabi tries to take him out, but just a sliver of health taken away from Jump God. He still survived. Mini Uzi. And still gets away, but the Mag-10 in hand. Artemis could just have the upper hand here. M1014, the tags are there. Jump God is just playing with fire at this point.
Oh man, he is literally 1v4ing here. He's currently a 1v2. Let's see whether or not he actually gets this kill on Artemis in the first place. Fighting in the middle of Overwatch and his back finally open. He's out of this, and the rest of attack all around are like, hey, buying a lot of time for us. No worries. We're just going to keep looting up.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think he was just playing around, right? He spots out a whole squad and says, I'm going to bet my life on this one. There's just no way you walk out of that. He had a P90 and a Mini Uzi. The guy has got guts, that's for sure.
I think that's also part of the decision. It's like, my loot's kind of washed here, boys. I'm gonna go out of here. When we get to the next area, just revive me. I'll see if I can get like elimination point somewhere.
Yeah, 3 minutes in, and of course we'll catch up with attack all around. In the meantime, Twisted Minds and Evos Divine just scouting each other out. Ray has got his eyes on Diamond, but nothing much to worry about for Twisted Minds. Humming a little bit too far away, that's going to be a problem. But as far as Diamond is concerned, they can just take that portal, go back away from Moat House, and pretend like nothing happened. No, but they use a different portal go, and they approach Ray. What a crazy move by Twisted Minds!
And especially without Overwatch, Evos, they're going to have to pull back. They're giving up space here, playing with deeper within the structures, and even getting on the zipline. Are they calling it quits? No. They're going to see whether or not their last two members can actually put some serious damage before they make that type of decision. First swing.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I can't believe what I'm watching here. Apex just managed to turn things around. Exposi up top. Apex still surviving. Trogon in hand. The cavalry is here. G'day showed up, but G'day went down. He had a double right before he got taken down, though. So great approach, great backup. In the meantime, Apex still surviving, trying to do a number on Twisted Minds, and Exposi pays the high price. I have no idea what Twisted Minds were thinking about, but that was just a crazy ambush that they tried.
Yeah, a wild engagement, actually. I'm trying to figure out, maybe there's something we didn't see, or maybe something we didn't notice, but let's look all over the Indostars, and as well as Heavy playing on the outside of this compound, on the outskirts, while the rest of IDS losing ground on the roof because of these nades, hopefully finding an angle before Heavy makes it back in.
Twisted Minds eliminated from the play. I had no idea what they were thinking. Saming was so far away, and that portal go to move away from the battle was a possibility, but they spent the portal go setting in 2 players versus 4. My god, that was a twisted strategy that did not go well for the Thai players at all. Heavy on the other hand, being bombarded. Artemis getting away with a sliver of his health, and Heavy surviving the shots that Indostar sends towards them. Bigatron Delta approaching as well. Koja just a little bit too far away from the rest of his team members. This one looks a little bit risky, but it's even more riskier for Heavy, who are now sandwiched between 2 Indonesian teams. 3 make that.
I think that IDS has a really good position, especially with their oh my goodness.
Yeah.
This is so nuts. We've got 3 teams just all looking at Heavy, and they're like, one of us is going to get them, right? Sharks circling around their prey, smelling blood in the water as well. But I think that IDS has the most flexibility when it comes down to decision making, right? They should be able to spot out the other teams on the high ground, as well as maybe if they look closer to the right, they'll notice that Onyx is shooting back at them as well. They might pull out of this fight, and I think that BTR are making the preemptive move of taking the hill closest to the compound, especially having the highest vantage point, will be able to spot out IDS as well. So I think they're making the smarter move as of right now.
Heavy could just bait IDS in for a big battle up against Bigatron. Bigatron's just waiting for IDS to engage with Heavy so that they can be the third party. This can all, just turn into chaos in a few moments, especially because of the function that the Portal Gold throws into this whole matchup as a whole. And Bigatron doesn't need to move. They still have got the circle on their side. So everybody's just biding their time, waiting for somebody else to make the move, and then they can kind of like chip in a couple of shots as well just to sneak away a couple of points. So smart plays all around, but Heavy is in a lot of trouble. They better pray they've got a Portal Go to make some magic happen.
Well, to be fair, I think that Heavy's position it's not up to them at this point, right? It's who, as you mentioned, who makes the first move. It'd be really bad if IDS makes that first move. It'd be really bad if BTR is the one who makes that first move. Onyx has a little bit more like grounds to play with, going in and out of their position. But at one time, if any of those three teams decide to fall through with an engagement, they better wipe a squad here, or they're going to get thirded almost instantaneously.
3 seconds for the circle to close in, and then we get to spot out exactly where circle number 2 will drag us. As Buriram rotates in, won't be good if they take that bridge across the island and meet Onyx Olympus. But that, of course, will give a opening for the players of Heavy to use that Portal Go to move towards the compound of Onyx Olympus and, of course, get away from the two Indonesian squads.
Oh, no.
PE Esports dropping by to say hello. Liam does not want to greet them. He runs off towards the opposite side of the building, waiting for a little bit of backup.
Oh wait, but they've actually got reinforcements. It looks like IDS are able to make it out of that compound here, and now actually backing up their let alone brother against PE.
Nice grenade by Nero. Not a lot of damage for Rap to deal with. Aye! What a cluster! Rap ate that one up and got away with a sliver of health left on him. Beautiful grenade, but they follow up from LBT. Way too sweet. M1887 finishing job. Liam now spotted out by LBT. Mag 7 in hand though. LBT in a lot of trouble. Gets tagged up. M18 does not connect. The Riptide Rhythm does not drop those glue walls just yet. Circles around. Has got a little bit of backup, and Nero finds Liam. Bison puts him down. Indostar suffers 2 casualties.
Oh man, I'm surprised LBT gets to walk out of there without at least going down. He ran right past one of the members of Indostars and unfortunately wasn't able to capitalize on that very short moment. Great reaction so far from PE. They picked up 3 eliminations total. They're going to UAV the rest of Fire Brigade just in case if there's anybody else around. But let's look back at the positions, right? AAA down by the riverside. BTR have not moved. Same goes for Heavy. They're both locking each other in place, but that's all because Onyx refuses to let anybody rotate out of there.
Yeah, Indostars left and then Indostars became the victim. So now everybody's learning from their experience. They don't want to move just yet, allowing the circle to dictate the next course of action. But that will, of course, be in a few seconds as the zone approaches circle number 3. Buriram, not very aggressive in this game at all, since they are being targeted by Jack. So they're just going to be holding back for a little bit over at Golf Course, just to see exactly where the next zone will kind of drag them towards so that they can plan their move.
Yeah, especially in the early game, these ring movements, not super drastic, but there's a lot of ground to cover in this map. And it looks like it's going to be on the southern eastern side of the map, so not too bad for BRU. Shouldn't be too far before they're already in the ring. But now we're looking at AG, taking the western side of Fire Brigade. Let's have a look back at PE versus Onyx at this point of time, with Onyx on the high ground.
So Bigatron Delta does not need to move, all thanks to the circle kind of just following them. Heavy doesn't need to move as well. Onyx Olympus spots out PE Esports and decides to take a little bit of an aggressive approach towards the Vietnamese squad. And they've got a huge compound to play around with as well. They have to be careful though, because here comes your 2-time world champs from the back. And they're going to be looking for a defensive spot as well. And as I speak of them, Buriram enters central. One player gets scanned out, so Onyx Olympus keeping an eye on their backs as well. This is going to force them to kind of pause their approach towards PE Sports and give Indostars an opening. My goodness, once again, we have too many teams, too small of a circle.
Yep, too small of a circle, and that's why that 4th and 5th ring gets really, really brutal. If you can make it through the 4th, there's one more hurdle in that 5th. As the grenades start to fly, AG and BTR in the middle of the mix.
Young backing away. Good grenades. AG taking on Bigatron. This is going to be a little bit confusing on the mini-map. Both of these logos look so similar, all in red. But the time turner! Young just using it to his advantage, but Ekal down on the ground. Who can help him up off screen? Raz meets his end, but PE Sports Don't Cry steals that point off of them. And Ekal, though, hanging on for his dear life, will perish in the hands of AG Global. Stop. Just circling around, waiting behind those blue walls for that opening.
Heavy is on their way. Heavy is on their way. They want to be part of this. They want to get some free points on this high ground.
One player still hanging back as the insurance 3 on the push. Grenade sent on in first. Can they claim 1 point? Answers no. Outside the zone, so AG's taking a lot of unnecessary damage here. And no advantage taken by Kabi and gang with those grenades, allowing AG to have a full recovery. Glue Wall Melter goes wide. So Heavy just appeared and did nothing.
Yeah, they didn't get too many elimination points from that, and they didn't like press the advantage. Now WAG losing 2 members already, a third next to fall. Can Zimmer actually make it out of here? Might launch himself into a better position, but let's cut back to Onyx because this northwestern side is getting very, very hectic as we see the next ring pull further down south.
And Heavy's really lucky because the circle just keeps looking for them, so they don't really need to travel out too much. They just needed to reposition, and they weren't punished by AG Global moments ago. So we're going to catch up with the Vietnamese squad in a little bit as they have already found a decent defensive spot to work around with. From that high ground, they've hopped on back towards this house, and now they get to gatekeep teams like Buriram, which could be a good or a bad thing. The disadvantage for Buriram here is they are on open ground. The advantage is there's a great elevation to work off of, so they can hide away from Heavy first.
Yeah, this is some great decision making, but now Evos Divine, they really need to win this right now before they get wiped. It's going to be attack all around who clears them off, and they are making it further and further. Maybe this could be the consistency as Onyx deciding to get in the mix here. Play zone is getting brutal as Onyx is going to be able to hit that buy station in time, and attack all around can't punish it. They're going to have to launch themselves in because the blue is really starting to hurt.
Yeah, absolutely. Focus not going to get picked up. No vending machines right in front of us as well, so attack all around has been hurt, but I mean, revenge is sweet, baby. It was Indostars that tried to take them out in the previous game, and now they have shut them down, ending the hope for Indostars in this game already. But attack all around now up against the players of Onyx Olympus. Just 2 of them alive and kicking up against the 3 from Onyx, and the third player joins the fray as well. Hoon God, Jump God backing away like shooting fish in a barrel. A couple of grenades could do the job, and that's exactly what happens. And a good back away behind the table to block all of that damage, and PE Sports joins the fray as well.
It's getting really messy here with Triple H caught in between Onyx as well. They're even calling monster trucks down for extra bits of cover, so they don't have to. Riptide Rhythm is already out. What a launch! What a shot there! Coming up from BRU side. Make sure that this right side of the building is unsafe, forcing PE to get out of there. But it looks like the rest of attack all around going to get cleaned up here. Let's see whether it's going to be a full clear though, or maybe they've got a member still alive. PE finally winning out in this, forcing it down to 3 squads. Oh, attack all around. They're still there. Still holding out.
Yeah, smooth recovery for PE Sports, even though their defenses got shut down by Buriram from afar. That Riptide Rhythm was devastating, but PE very quickly picked themselves right back up. The worst performing team currently in the run through the 18 squads. They are placed 18th on the overall leaderboard. So to see them in this final circle is a huge improvement for the Vietnamese team. But let's see if or not they can get the job done here. They are avoiding all the thick of the action. They're gonna have to be a little bit happy watching all of this chaos break down in front of them. And if they're lucky, they get to, kind of pick off some of the points off of the other team's hard work.
Yeah, I think that BRU are in great position, right? If anybody hops out of the windows, they're basically dead. If they start walking through the front door, they're basically dead as well. I mean, they eventually have to make it out of this building somehow, right? And I think that BRU are willing to sift through the dirt just to get these extra points.
What is Cypher doing? Oh my goodness, the circle is just cornered him in a tight little spot. Now Cypher is in a lot of trouble because he's going to have to tank some heavy damage as he tries to reposition. Heavy right on top of them, so AG can't really run around like crazy gooses just yet, but they've got a super nice window right in front of them to stay alive. So in the grand scheme of things, this is a fantastic spot to be hiding off at, unless of course a grenade finds that window.
Yeah, I mean, oh, a big grenade onto BRU's side. They're just using this to melt each other's resources, right? Whoever has less medkits, whoever has less bullets. At the very least, they're trading it off for grenades, an easy throwable. No way. No way, they're trying to push in.
Yeah, they are going in. The trip mine takes the one player down first. And PE Sports, can they find yet another one for themselves? AG Global not waiting around to find out if they can. What a grenade by Jonah, but the time turner will keep PE Sports still standing. They respond with the glue wall melters all going wide. Jonah still keeping an eye on them, but here comes AG Global to interfere as well. Stop moving towards PE Sports, but backs away as he should as PE tosses those grenades towards Buriram. Riptide Rhythm falling short. That's not going to be removing any of those glue walls. Second Riptide Rhythm from Moshi. Now he has got none other to shoot out. PE Sports has that opening towards Moshi. Moshi shuts down one player. Jonah follows up by taking that point away from AG Global. And PE Sports hanging on for their dear lives, but up against your two-time world champs, it proves to be a tough fight. Moshi with a backstab. Wasana nails down Nero. Now one final survivor, LBT, behind the glue wall. Moshi hops in with him. It will require a miracle, and a miracle is just not possible for Vietnam as Buriram resurfaces, and this is their second booyah of their run thus far.
Such a steady performance from BRU, right? They minimized their interactions. They realized that they were off the radar. Nobody was taking too many fights with them. They kept out of some tight, awkward situations. They played according to how the ring was telling them how to play, and I think they just made the correct decisions all throughout this map. I think this has been one of their cleaner games overall.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was a little bit surprising to see Buriram not really getting super aggressive, especially because they have got some of the best players in the world on their roster. Every single player in their own accord on the side of Buriram can be a super MVP on their own, can be the predator of the league. I mean, even Jonah, the player who's not the most aggressive, still can walk away with massive numbers of eliminations. But they have, I think, learned their lesson from the previous FFWSC. They made too much of noise. All eyes were on them. Everybody was trying to figure out what's Buriram going to do, where Buriram is going to go. And that just played very badly for them towards the very end. This time, they're trying to keep a low profile. But I wonder if that's going to be enough to fool everybody else.
I don't think it's going to fool anybody just yet. I think that a couple of awkward situations came into play here, and I think for that Buriram overall, they could have been part of the trifecta of holding heavy in that one compound as well if they really wanted to start scoring points. But I think at the end of it, they just said, hey, we're already ranking pretty well. We just need to have consistent performances. If we can crack 30 points, that'd be great, and ideally we get 12 of those points through ending up in first place. I think at the end of it all, that should be at least like a 20-point positive. I'm not exactly sure what the full calculation is just yet because I didn't see their eliminations. But yeah, for some of these other teams, right? Twisted Minds, for an example, like EVOS Divine, I mean, I feel like Twisted Minds at this point in time have had a couple of unlucky hands. Heavy got really, really lucky this map as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And of course, that's exactly what a battle royale is all about. You've got a huge element of RNG in there. It's absolutely random. I mean, the circle, number one, is random. Secondly, you have no idea who you're going to come across. You can do your homework. You can figure out exactly what sort of compounds they like. But because the circle is so random, you don't know exactly what rotation, who will use it at what point of time. So it is the toss of a coin. You just have to play each and every single moment, as a moment on its own and try to make the best decision right there and then, right? And this was that play where PE Sports almost got mowed down by Buriram thanks to the Riptide Rhythm. But the first Riptide Rhythm from Moshi was just a tad bit soft. It didn't really hit the mark. Therefore, those blue balls didn't go down as fast. If his Riptide Rhythm was a little bit more accurate, it would have really, really hurt PE's opportunity.
I think that the second one came in right on the dot, but unfortunately was just like a little too slow because it does take a bit of time before those walls actually break and then opens up the cover for them to walk around. Again, it's like these small things that they probably aren't a little disappointed in, but at the very least, maybe we can have a few words from our winners of this game. Let's throw it over to the interview with Buriram.
And this is Jonah from Buriram. Yay! What happened to you guys on the first day? It's not like you You didn't do it well.
Day นี้วันนี้
First day. What happened to them the first day?
อ๋อเกิดอะไรขึ้นกับวันแรกที่แข่งคะเมื่อวันศุกร์ที่ผ่านมากับทีมเรา
มันดูออกมาไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่
สำหรับผมมันดูไม่แย่ครับ ได้มา100 แต้มใช่
For me it's not that bad because we gain 100 point
100 point per day is like a standard of your now or actually you can get it more
ได้100 แต้มต่อวันนะคือเป็นมาตรฐานของทีมเราแล้วหรือยังคะหรือว่าจริงๆได้มากกว่านี้
ก็เป็นมาตรฐานครับแต่พวกผมตั้งเป้าแค่70-80 แต้มต่อวัน
100 is already above our average because we expect like 70 and 80 points per day
that is standard that you hope for okay what is the most frequently message that fans DM you
ปกติแล้วแฟนๆส่งข้อความอะไรมาให้เราคะ
ไม่ค่อยส่งครับส่วนมากจะแท็กเป็นวิดีโอตัดของพวกผมมากกว่า
Not really sending message to me but mostly they like to edit my clip and then tag me in their post
so if the fans want to contact you or something they should tag you right
ก็ถ้าเกิดแฟนๆอยากแบบติดต่อก็คือแท็กเราในเมสเซจอะไรอย่างเงี้ยหรอคลิป
แท็กคลิปมาใน TikTok ก็ได้ครับหรือ Instagram พวกผมก็เล่นครับ
okay what is your favorite moment that fans send a gift to you
แล้วโมเมนต์ที่เราชอบที่สุดเวลาที่แฟนๆส่งของมาให้อย่างเงี้ยแบบมันคืออะไรคะมันเป็นอะไร
มันว่าจะเป็นอาหารครับ
mostly like food support
of course definitely food right so what is Buriram favorite dish
แล้วอาหารจานโปรดของทีมบุรีรัมย์คืออะไรคะ
ก๋วยเตี๋ยวนายเอครับ
It's some kind of famous noodles
okay so you like to eat noodle so the fan if you want to send them something send food support to them นะคะ they like it
especially noodles
especially noodle sure noodle you don't want omakase or sushi or
they don't know how to eat sushi or omakase
okay take it easy way do you want to say anything to your fans because they are expecting you more and more and more
มีข้อความอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟนๆไหมคะเพราะดูส่งในแฟนๆคาดหวังกับทีมเราเยอะมาก
ก็ฝากติดตามพวกเราไปเรื่อยๆครับพวกเราจะทำให้เต็มที่ครับก็อย่าแวะมาลืมซื้อเสื้อนะครับเสื้อสวยมากครับผม
Please keep supporting us. We will do our best and don't forget to buy our jersey that already released in the market.
Okay, so can you post just only one post?
ทำท่าโพสแบบขายของแบบโปรโมทเสื้อให้หน่อยค่ะอย่าว่า
Buliram. Okay, please support them with their personal channel and both Buliram channel about their new jersey. So check it out. And now let's get back to you, Shoutcaster. We are ready for the next game.
Some wise words coming from our interview. The man likes he needs not too many things to perform. Good food, some good support, maybe some music, and maybe a motorcycle. One or the other, you know? You'll take everything to perform well today. And as he's right, as long as they're making 100 points every single day, they're on a good trajectory to win the whole thing.
And I think I kind of heard Wait Yao when he said like what sort of food he likes. So we've got Char Kway Teow in Malaysia. Fingers crossed we have got one of the FFWS SEA Finals held in Malaysia, then he can enjoy eating all of our spicy food. I'm pretty sure the Thai teams will absolutely love that. But of course, the MVP for the second game, the one and only Wasana. No surprises here. But what is a surprise is the low elimination count on this guy this time around.
And that's why I'm saying this is an extremely clean game from BRU because they're making all the correct decisions, right? It's not like they have to get into these fights, but it's always finding a better position and then really capitalizing on guaranteed kills. If not, why put yourself at risk?
And this is a testament to how good the Galaxy Samsung S24 Ultra is, because usually, and I mean I've not been in esports for so long, just the past 5 years, and usually when you have a LAN tournament like this where you've got a mobile phone sponsor, the players are always complaining because it's a brand new device that you need to get used to. And, I just see smiles on all of the Free Fire players' faces whenever they're playing on this mobile phone. So that's a great indication. If you really want to level up your game, you know exactly what you got to do next.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man. I've already failed 2 degrees, and when I decided to go back to school, all the kids were bullying me the exact same way. They're like, oh, do you have the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra? You don't? Looks like you're not really a gamer. And I was like, man, if only you knew what I did for work.
At this point of time, it looks like Twisted Minds still has not made a good effort to catch up with the elimination leaderboard just yet. But before we continue that sort of a point, let's take a look at the key players first. 5 eliminations coming through from Jump God, 2,169 damage out of Don't Cry, 12 glue wall destroy. What's up with Buriram? These numbers are so low. And of course, 11 grenades used by Nero. Esports, Buriram, they did not have a super massive game. 25 points out of Buriram is as if they just woke up from sleep. I want to see this. I actually want to see them go back to sleep. I think it was you that actually said this. I want them to go back to sleep, have a dream, make it a nightmare, but not their nightmare, right? For all of the other teams out there on the battlefield.
Yeah, no, it's true. I think that, Buriram at this point of time, they know that they can, if they really are hungry for points, it's going to come at its own risk. And I think that this game is a very clear indication of their mindset coming into this game, right? Consistent points all the time. You don't need to get that many elimination points. And at the very least, I mean, a lot of these teams who want it even more, like Esports, for an example, with the number of grenades that they threw out just to try and clear some space, they want this bad.
But of course, I'm an Asian parent, right? They're doing decently well.
They're doing decently well, but not enough,
Yeah, they're about 37 points away from that #1 spot. But here I am asking them, to give me much more, because I know exactly what they're capable of. They're capable of 40-point rounds out there on the battlefield.
Yes.
So yeah, I definitely am pretty confident. 4 more games to go. They are going to be able to smash at least 40 points for sure. If they're capable of getting it in 1 game, they can definitely get it in 4 games. But I just want to see some, crazy action out there on the battlefield. Am I asking for too much, Gideon?
Well, I mean, considering the past couple of days have been like, 70 points, no problem. 40 points, no problem, I understand the sentiment. You've been conditioned here for the early days of FFWS. So I personally think that, like, hey, maybe this is the correct step forward for these teams, right? For those who are on top, they're like, okay, let's not get too volatile right now. For the ones in the middle of the pack, they're like, yes, we need to get desperate now. We need to start farming these points. If not, we're going to fall further and further behind.
Yeah, it's a little surprising with their pacing, but of course, 4 more games to go. Before we do continue with map 3, a quick short break. We will be right back.
Get ready, Free Fire fans! The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 Fall Trophy. Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand. You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh, no. Indonesian is better. Everyone knows that Thailand have the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams.
Oh.
And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right? It's our country. Impossible for other region to win. No chance for you guys.
Don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement.
Let's go.
The tournaments will have 3 stages: Knockout, Point Rush, and Grand Finals. Starting on 16 August 2024, 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6 weeks.
They will compete in 18 match days across 6 weeks of knockout stage.
Oh, and a friendly reminder, Do not give 5 booyah to that team again, my dear survivors.
Teams from 4 regions will be
Get ready, Free Fire fans!
The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 Fall Trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand.
You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh no! Indonesian is better. Everyone knows that Thailand has the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams. And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right? It's our country. Impossible for other region to win. No chance for you guys.
Don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement.
Let's go.
The tournaments will have 3 stages: Knockout, Point Rush, and Grand Finals. Starting on 16 August 2024, 18 teams will be divided into 3 groups of 6 weeks.
They will compete in 18 match days across 6 weeks of knockout stage.
Oh, and a friendly reminder, do not give 5 booyah to that team again, my dear survivors.
Teams from 4 regions will be sorted into 3 pools to groups A, B, and C.
Each match day will feature 2 groups playing 6 matches in the following map order. For map location will be Bermuda, Category, Alpine, Territory, Nextera, and the final map that will be randomly chosen each day to keep things unexpected.
At the end of the knockout stage, 6 teams will be eliminated, while 12 teams will move on.
Welcome back, everybody, to the broadcast of the Free Fire World Series Fall season here for Southeast Asia 2024. My name is Gideon Q, alongside with AJ Mustachio here as my co-caster. Now, we've already passed 2 maps already. If you're just tuning in, I personally was having a good time until I saw what the next map was, and I'm just like, you know what? I could do with sitting out for this one. I'll be honest with you.
I mean, Alpine does get a little bit chaotic, especially with the early drops into places like Forest Red. But, you know, the biggest of the case here is who makes the mistake out there on the battlefield, right? Because we saw teams like Heavy with the potential to really mess up their own opportunity earlier with some of the rotations that they were doing. They were forgiven the first time. They kept being gifted the circle, but we didn't really see them in that final circle battle. Teams like Esports, teams like Buriram, especially Buriram, who were not as blessed with their positions out there on the battlefield, they managed it pretty decently well by avoiding all of the engagements and, of course, walking away with the booyah. But, of course, on the point, what you can see down below here are our predictions. AG Global, Buriram, as well as Twisted Minds for me at the top by the time we end the day. But you've got EVOS Divine listed here as well, my friend. I see that you are really giving the Indonesians your support. They're not doing all that too well as of this point of time, but there's still an opportunity to climb.
Hey, look, it's a marathon, right? It's all about who makes it to the finish line at the very end of it. But I think the one pick that both of us are currently a little like, oh man, are they going to be able to break the 100-point mark? That's Twisted Minds. Like, they've been struggling. They've made some good moves, but at the same time, they have not been winning out.
I mean, Twisted Minds is a little bit of a different scenario here. They set the record yesterday with 130 points, and today they have picked up a grand total of 6 points from 2 games. Yeah, average 3 points in a match definitely does not seem like Twisted Minds has got their mind in the game just yet. But as we head on into Alpine, 4 more games to go. There's a lot of time for them to hop right back in here and make a mad dash for, you know, at least the top 3 spots by the time we bring the day to a close. They are just roughly around 40 points away from RRQ, so that's not too bad. An average of 10 points in a match. Of course, the biggest of challenges is going to be to fight against AG and Buriram for that number 1 spot by the end of the day. So now's a good time to start since Buriram has already started.
Absolutely. And I think that Alpine is a very interesting map, especially for Thai teams, right? Because it really boils down to how exactly do you make it past the 4th and 5th ring, and it really comes down to some good decision making, right? And I think that's what the Thai teams have above everybody else. When it comes to that very critical moment, they know when to hunker down or whether they want to play on the outside. They have very good reads of the map in terms of not only landscape but number of teams inside of it, but at the same time they're more aware of what works best for them. I mean, obviously there are going to be some teams who are going to get luckier than others, like Heavy in the previous match. They did not have to leave their compound despite being in a three-way flank, a 3-way hunker down against them. But I think that maybe in this map, it's going to punish these types of players even more.
Absolutely. You guys just saw the graphics right in front of you, the top 3 teams to look out for. Unfortunately, those 3 teams are not in play today. They are all from Group B, and the reason why the numbers are so high is because they've already completed 12 matches already. If you just want to take into account Group C as well as A, you're looking at teams like Bigatron Delta, AG Global, as well as EVOS Divine having the most number of points on this map. And on top of that as well, EVOS Divine in the grand scheme of things on the overall leaderboard may not be doing too well. It's mainly because of their performance on day 1 when we opened up. They really didn't grab a lot of points, but today's performance, they're the 3rd best team, right? 28 points thus far. So there's a huge potential here that we see EVOS Divine rise to the occasion to really give, you know, the other teams a great big fight in that final circle. But you have to watch out for Bigatron Delta. This is the underdog out of Indonesia. I mean, they've made it in here. You don't really see them on the Southeast Asian level all that too much. And for their first debut, they seem to be wrecking the competition out there. I wish that momentum helps them get into that final circle as well.
Yeah, and I really think it boils down to their early to mid game, right? I think they've been having some solid performances then, but making it towards the end game zones can be a bit of a challenge. At the same time, a little bit of luck, as we always say here in these match playouts. Fans as well. Up and have that extra fan support for this next map.
Yeah, there's a huge probability that we have a all-out Indonesian circle at Alpine here for the final one. You're looking at Begatron, you're looking at EVOS Divine, you're looking at Indostars joining the fray as well. But either way, it's mainly going to be determined by the initial drops, whether or not they do have any hot drops out there on the battlefield, whether they do get taken out early. I hope not. I want to see an all-out Indonesian rally here in the cold map of Alpine as we set up game number 3. Let's see exactly what the flight path has got in store for us, Gideon.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the flight path too, because we want that to happen. Hopefully we get a heavily skewed flight path towards the north, maybe the south, maybe the east, directly going vertically through it. Something interesting to keep these teams really encapsulated in one area. I mean, obviously we got to think about the ring as well, but first, the flight path, very standard, hasn't deviated too much from the norm, always cutting right through the map.
AG Global versus Onyx Olympus to open up the day. I guess the fans just want to give a little bit of extra entertainment value out there. Sorry, the players want to give the fans a little bit of extra entertainment value out there by performing super well at Vantage. We'll see how that leads them in a bit. Ekal, early engagement against WAG, and he falls. Bigatron Delta faces a little bit of a misstep early game here.
Well, maybe they can recover, right? You know, it's not. This isn't a caster curse. We totally didn't compliment them too much here. But let's see whether or not they're able to recover. That's the important thing, especially when it comes down to the early game of Alpine, right? You're not going to get. It's not likely that you're going to get thirded, considering the amount of space the map provides you naturally. But Kyung, if he can get at least a trade, just a 1-for-1, it'll be worth his time.
You're missing out a fight between Onyx Olympus and AG Global that's happening off screen. A couple of revives coming through as well. Evos Divine bringing back a player. WAG's Allen just missed timing that little approach. No backup from Cyrus, and now the final survivor has to play a revival somehow or other, or WAG is going to bite the dust a little bit too early. Xbor trying his best to get away. Spotted out by the team already through that UAV up in the air. So not a lot of room for him to play around with. Shots against Kabi. He's not buying himself more time, giving away his position. He needs to pull out that pocket market. He needs to bring at least one player back into the match.
Yep, and WAG making some other decisions here. Wait, LBT ends up going down. I'm guessing the Recipe Esports are out of there, right? Sacrificial Lamb, but Vamos, at the very least, have won the position of the western side of the docks.
We're missing quite a number of engagements here just because of the sheer number of early engagements between the squads. Megatron continues the onslaught at WAG, fighting the dust. X-War out. One more survivor out there, so Kyung's going to get picked right back up. Heavy has got a Lone Ranger here in the name of Kabi, just scouting out the area. Has got a Mag 7, but in a 1v2, he is at a huge disadvantage. Koja puts him down. Bigatron 4 points up.
Yep, and that's why Bigatron are really deadly, right? Their team play, and especially their twos, are really, really good. They're good at that push and pull, right? And swinging together as a squad, which again, especially for people who are looking for these free picks, it's difficult to find it in BTR, especially where they are regrouped and at the very least are watching each other's backs, right? When it gets to CQC, that's when it gets a little messy, but at the same time, who is completely aware of their surroundings in those times?
And once again, Bigatron Delta is your #1 team on Alpine thus far. The last time they played this map, they walked away with 20 points, 13 eliminations, and of course, 7th placement. They do not have a Booyah here. In fact, fun fact, none of the teams from Group A or C have a Booyah on Alpine. So anybody that hits it, it's going to be a first one in the competition. Stop backing away with 20 points on his HP, and Caramel gives him that solid backup from afar. Smooth move with the Woodpecker. And he gets to overwhelm the opponent's AG. 3 points up.
You know, now that I think about it, I'm actually kind of happy that Group A has successfly not won a map on Alpine. It's just a protest to say, hey, this map is kind of wonky at times. It's kind of wonky, and I think that hold on. Heavy a little bit further away. Evos Ray was able to take him out. They're pushing away, but at the same time, BTR from the last time we saw them are moving out of their own position to find the next ring.
Yeah, one sacrificial lamb for Heavy. The rest of the players do manage to walk away from this compound, so revival's not going to be too much of a hassle for the team. Twisted Minds, on the other hand, they lost a player earlier on, and now with the jump pad rotating over Indostars, not everybody is out of Militia just yet, though. There's a potential the remaining players do get caught out by the Indonesians. And Indostars, one of the better performers on Alpine. So Twisted Minds just needs to be a little bit careful here. Diamond with a good flanking position, but now PE just going to be ambushed. Nameless caught out, nowhere to run, and he gets dropped. Wang An will take an easy point for the squad.
I mean, they've already identified that it was Twisted Minds, and they knew that they were lacking in members. Initially taking a bad trade, but then afterwards getting the revives, right? They had 3 members alive, but now back down to 2. Let's see whether or not they're going to find a little bit more here. Or even if Twisted Minds are able to recover, they're walking into the next ring just under-looted compared to everybody else.
That's far decent enough in terms of points picked up by PE Esports as opposed to the first day of performance. But Evos Divine up against BTR. The battle between Indonesia and a good Tatsuya burst, but Apex backstab by Kyong, and the Trogon still does not get the knock just yet. Gade comes through for that backup. Kyong says, please get out of here. Bara shows up out of nowhere, and Koja drops to him with the grenade launcher. Dig's the only one down on the ground, but Evos Divine can hold no candle up against Bigatron Delta, the players who are still rampaging on this map. In the meantime, Buriram meeting up against Heavy as well. Once again, another sacrificial lamb left by Heavy so that the rest of the team can get away.
Oh man, the wipes are starting to happen here. It's getting really dangerous. Everybody is just winning out their fights very cleanly. We haven't seen anybody walking away with equal trades, or at the very least getting third from a completely separate angle. I mean, it's just the nature of the map, but we're hoping that these teams are going to be a little hungrier for the points, but it's still early on in the map. We're expecting that to happen towards maybe the 3rd or 4th ring, but in the meantime, right, it's whether or not you can get information about the positions of every other team so you have a rough idea of what the shape of the rotation will look like.
Early exit for Evos Divine. A little unfortunate that they had to come across Bigatron, and they were in no position whatsoever to call for an ambush. They just drove in there blindsided. Bigatron caught them, and especially that grenade launcher just led to so much of damage that they could not recover from, and then the sprays from the Trogon just finishing things off. But a great start for the Indonesian squad of Bigatron. Cannot say the same for Heavy, who keeps getting caught out again and again and again. All those times they've left one sacrificial lamb, so the team still survives.
I mean, they're just gonna have to keep on ratting it out, right? I mean, that's just the nature. They're just the nature of their situation. It's not like he can make a super play and take out like 2 squads by himself. You know, God bless him if he does. But let's look at the positions of our previous Booyah winner of today in map number 1. It's going to be attack all around. Looking at Onyx for now, and it looks like they're repositioning, knowing that AG is roughly in the area.
Attack all around. 14 points in the previous game. Not a lot at all. And they were at the bottom of the leaderboard when we first started off the day. So massive number of points need to be picked up here by the Thai squad. Up against Onyx Olympus. Limit 7. The first one to get tagged up, and this is bad for attack all around. This is the long-range sniper. You are not supposed to be getting him to open up these engagements, but he does have the Bison to hold his own up against the Onyx Olympus players. Just playing that maze, jumping in from window to window, still surviving, buying a lot of time for the defense to return. Kibase, though, has got the M1887, and Zyru meets him with the Bison. Jump God trains out Jax, and this is attack all around game. But here comes AG Global, hearing the skirmish between the two.
They want to third this so badly. They're going to take a southern side position on this. Oh no, the trades from Onyx is not looking good. Agree is going down. They've already found 2, and now they're going to clean up the rest and do on the opposite side. Overwatching the whole thing. This should be a clean and easy sweep for AG to pick up the rest of these points and attack all around, being the unfortunate victim.
Ah, beautiful rotation by AG Global. Dew straight up took the position on the roof with the portal go, and that instantaneously put both the teams, Onyx as well as attack all around, at a very, very rough position. But thankfully, both teams had survivors on other parts of the map. That pocket market would obviously have come in handy there for those revivals as they got ambushed. So fantastic play by AG, but both the teams that did get ambushed still do survive. Onyx with just one final survivor. Attack all around still has one on them as well. So it's all up to the looting game. More coins, more survival capability. But as I say that, Onyx Olympus, they fall.
Oh boy. I mean, talk about timing, right? Now we're going to see that. I mean, we've been keeping an eye on Vamos for a while now, and we did see the graphic earlier that BRU catching up in terms of the elimination score, currently at 4. Oh, they want it.
Oh, what? They are just laying out those portal goals. 2 players in. Jonah moving on in for the shutdown alongside Get High, and they are holding back nothing at all. Gets even a quick purchase back onto Jun. That's going to be their insurance policy. Backs away. The first player to get dropped was Kathizi, and now he tries to run away. Tail touch between his legs, but could not even get to the portal goal. And Jun is going to be that one final survivor, all thanks to Kathizi. That purchase back keeps the Malaysians alive, but Buriram, what an ambush.
Yeah, Buriram chasing them down, running them down, as a matter of fact, with a quick and swift ambush with the help of that portal, as if Vamos owed them money or something. It's crazy. And Twisted Minds now getting peppered a little from the opposite side from AG on the northwestern side of the map.
Yeah, Twisted Minds cannot afford this engagement up against AG Global of all teams. Diamond out in the open. What a good blue wall. And I believe the time turner got pulled out there as well. Saming joins him. And the jump pad just leading all of the players right behind those blue walls laid out by Saming as well. And another jump pad combination will lead them much, much further away from AG Global. Now in a defensive spot, they can play that counter up against AG Global. Twisted Minds desperately need some points. AG is not an easy team to pick those off of.
Yeah, AG is going to be fully looted at this point of time as well. As they keep on chasing Twisted Minds, like Twisted Minds had to use a lot of resources, right? That's two jumps, that's their time reversal as well. They've got to make sure that they can hunker down and get back their resources, or at the very least reposition. Yep, they find another portal once more to transfer themselves over, and they're out of line of sight from PE, who are looking down at AG. What a coincidence!
Yeah, very expensive reposition coming through from Twisted Minds. 2 jump pads used, 1 portal go just to get away from AG Global. But now, with the presence of PE Esports just giving them a little bit of an extra advantage, AG does have the portal go. Beam Cypher across the battlefield, and now they take position right behind PE Esports, forcing PE to scramble. 2 players left outside the circle. The rest of them join the fray as well. And now PE just needs to deal with the nonsense that AG Global brings into Malaysia.
This is disgusting. A great move coming in from AG. They exploited the fact that they didn't have high ground advantage, and at the very least, they waited for quite a bit before making this decision. But this allows Twisted Minds to walk in for free, and even Heavy getting that revive, he's noticing what's going on here. Does he really want to be here?
Smart play by PE to take the second floor instead of staying on the ground floor. Now, if AG drops on in towards the second, they should be able to at least fight them off for a tad bit as they wait for at least another squad to drop by to play that interference. AG not being silly, not trying to engage early with PE Esports and give them the advantage, still trying to look for at least one knock before they do bring out that aggression. And the Blues gonna help out AG Global, laying out some damage on PE Esports first. Heavy does have a player in this whole equation as well who could steal away a couple of points. Cypher leading narrow, instant execution is gonna take him out of the equation. And it is PE Sports, 1 man down, walking away. Vending machine still in play here, so they can very quickly purchase a life back. Narrow gets brought back in. PE Sports ignores the whole situation as if nothing happened.
Now the rest of the Indo Stars fleet just trying his best, but that's going to be a full elimination here. Bowing out in the 10th position. So we're heading into this next ring. We see that BRU and Twisted Minds in full engagement.
Yep, Twisted Minds, can you survive this one? Get high down on the ground. A huge advantage for Twisted Minds, but Wasana out in the open. Saming has got no angles to work around with. No Riptide Rhythm breaking down the glue walls of Buriram as well. 10 eliminations in hand. Still finds the combination and connection with the Bison onto X-Posy. Wasana absorbing some of the damage from the blue as well as Twisted Minds circles around from outside the zone. Just knocking down player after player with the marksman. Dew gets a double onto WAG from outside the circle as well. But with Jonah bleeding out, this looks rough for Buriram.
How long can they actually hold out here? Buriram's trying. Twisted Minds go for the all-in as they jump down from their position and quickly clear this out. Time reversal as well, just to keep them a little shielded. Wasana's trying. He's got the mechanics to do so. If you buy just a little bit more time, maybe somebody is going to help them. In this case, it could be attack all around or even Vamos as they hold out. Let them die out in the blue as they've got bigger things to worry about as WAG themselves holding out strong still.
Yeah, WAG is just absolutely cooking right now, but now fresh out of a fight. Bigatron Delta trying to take advantage of them. Hopping on in with those ice grenades. X-Force going to get sprayed from the back, but Eagle still does not have a knock just yet. Ice grenades all around. Koja has got the grenade launcher as well. Cyrus backing away, needs to pick up X4. Koja says, hell no, that's not going to happen. Allen goes down. Bigatron Delta, the biggest winners of this engagement thus far as they ambush WAG at the right time. And at the same time, Buriram goes down as well. well. Twisted Mind still alive. That ambush that they counted Buriram on earlier on was a brilliant play that put them in a rough spot. WAG out, all thanks to Bigatron. This is a crazy match. All the teams that desperately needed points are grabbing them.
Yep, and you can see that they are looking for any means necessary to do that. They're playing hyper-aggressive here, and Twisted Mind's finally recovering and also coming out somewhat fully looted. At the very least, their armor and helmets are looking real nice. Maybe the weaponry could be slightly better, but when you're so close quarters here, and especially when you're getting blasted by this many glue wall melters, somebody is bound to do something.
Bigatron Delta's looking to make sure they maintain the performance as the #1 squad on Alpine as far as groups A and C is concerned. And now, like shooting fish in a barrel, they can toss in a couple of grenades and then follow up with all of those shotguns. Ice grenades are going to be laid out first. Twisted Minds exiting the compound, but PE Esports right behind them to make this a little bit more crazy, a little bit more difficult. Cluster will be tossed on in. Heavy taken out of the equation, and it is Bigatron once again making everybody else a victim.
Oh, they're gonna try and break into the compound here, slowly edging their way in, especially with the launcher. Riptide is already popped as they jump head on. Darn Bristle right in front of the door to have a little bit of cover to play from, but it's still not good enough. Koja is winning out these fights. That Mini Uzi is doing so much work, and even with the Trogon as well, they find two, maybe even the third here, as they clean this up pretty easily, only getting a single knockdown onto Koja's side. Twisted Minds, they're gonna be going out here as PE gonna give up this position. There are still two members from Vamos, and as well as Attack all around, who are just ratting it out.
Nameless almost pulled a crazy one with the Horizon Line, but of course overwhelmed by the numbers out of Bigatron Delta. 20 eliminations stronger. Indonesians looking to absolutely wreck. Folky and Jun just watching from up top. There's nothing that they can do. Bigatron Delta has guaranteed a booyah for themselves. Folky getting sprayed out. Attack all around's out. Jun now from Vamos. At the very least, he can claim some placement points for the Malaysian squad. Bigatron Delta, a dominating run. The last time they played Alpine, they only walked away with 20 points. Now, just through eliminations alone, they have outdone their performance, and a booyah awaits them. Their first booyah at a map that they dominated the previous time.
What a beast of a performance coming out from BTR Delta. They knew that the early game, they're not going to expect too many people, especially with the way that they landed as well. And now Jun falling to his inevitable death, gets shot out of the air before he touches the ground.
Unfortunate for Vamos, but as far as Bigatron Delta is concerned, they had the script written from the very start of the match. They knew exactly what they needed to do, and they were not pulling any stops at all. It all started off with that early skirmish and then meeting their own brothers. I believe it wasn't Indostars, it was the other one.
EVOS Divine.
EVOS Divine, yes, absolutely, man. EVOS Divine really didn't need to pick a bone with them, but they drove right into their compound and they paid a huge price. And from that moment on, you could just tell that Bigatron Delta was just super confident with their approach on Alpine.
Yeah, no, they had some great momentum. I think, especially on the northern side of the map, where a majority of these heavy fights and heavy casualties were coming through from both of the squads. BTR were just wiping squads bit by bit, right? They made sure that their backs were clear. They make sure they walk in and take smart engagements. And I think that overall, Alpine and BTR, they should never be separated. They're performing really well.
I mean, the true underdogs of the competition. They wiped out the second-seeded team from the Esports World Cup. They wiped out your ESL SPS Mobile Masters champions, which is Twisted Minds themselves. This Bigatron Delta was just doing so much on this game. And as we brought it towards the closing moments of this matchup, they had 23 eliminations. And of course, with the 12 that the Booyah gives you, 35 solid points. Crazy stuff. You cannot ask for more than that if you're Bigatron Delta.
No, absolutely not. A stellar performance here in map number 3. And I mean, let's just recap the game, right? Early engagements here, as expected, not going to be thirded as often. The most you see is going to be just one person because, again, there's a lot of space in this map to loot out. And you want to make sure that you have some pretty decent weapons before you get into these types of conversations. And BTR, they didn't mind it, but I have to say that Koja, on this launcher, he is nasty with it. He's using it at almost CQC range, which is rather ridiculous.
Yeah, no doubt at all. I think Koja might just walk away with the most number of eliminations for the squad here. The grenade launcher was just absolutely deadly. The same weapon that was used against Indostars, the same weapon was used against their brothers Esports Divine, as well as Twisted Minds later on. Remember, like we said, shooting fish in a barrel in a small little hut, that grenade launcher can pull off so much of damage. Even WAG, the ones that kind of wiped out a couple of teams prior to that, even Buriram kind of fell to their hands. Bigatron Delta had no issues whatsoever dealing with them.
Yeah, no, and they also had the correct setup as well, right? They're able to kind of set up time reversal, and then especially when they have to like clear out these types of buildings, short, not really short, but small area huts, like you mentioned just now. That grenade launcher, like especially if you can creep it through between the cracks of the glue walls, and especially when you have that front entrance wide open, you have a clear way to tell the rest of your team, like, I'm gonna have some fun, and when I reload, that's when we go.
Absolutely, man. And of course, Bigatron Delta currently the third best team that is in performance today, only to be outdone by Attack All Around as well as Buriram United Esports. But I want to hear more from Bigatron Delta themselves, so let's throw it over to Baby Lee on the Indonesian desk to see exactly what these boys have to say for their awesome victory.
Booyah! First, and congratulations for Bigatron Delta! Wow. I want to ask first with you, Keong. Hi, Keong.
Hello.
How are you today?
I'm fine.
Okay. Your mic is okay? Mic? Okay. So I wanna ask about your opinion. This is the first time for Bigatron Delta to play in the FFWS SEA 2024 Fall, right? So what do you think about timeline in the FFWS SEA Fall? Because we have still a long time for knockout stage.
Oke, kita mau tanya pendapat kamu. Ini kan pertama kalinya kamu main di FFWS SEA Fall 2024. Gimana menurut kamu timeline FFWS SEA Fall 2024 ini? Karena kan kita akan lama. Gimana menurut kamu?
Ya kita udah gak masalah sih mau timeline lama atau gimana. Soalnya sebelum dari kemarin kita udah nggak ada yang namanya rehat atau apa, jadi kita main latihan terus-terusan, nggak ada berhentinya.
Wow, always fighting. I really like it. And you are the champion in the FFWS ID 2024 Fall, right? So how confident are you to claim champion again in this tournament?
Kamu kan kemarin pemenang FFWS ID Fall. Nah, seberapa yakin kamu untuk bisa jadi pemenang lagi untuk turnamen kali ini?
Udah semestinya udah sangat yakin lagi, udah nggak ada berapa persennya lagi.
He said we are very confident, 100% confident to be the champion.
Oh wow, I'm so excited. Okay, so last but not least, what do you want to say to audience here?
Oke, terakhir tapi nggak kalah penting, apa yang mau kamu sampaikan ke penonton di sini?
Dukung aja terus semua tim Indo yang lagi bertanding di SEA ini. Semoga kita ngebalikin piala ke SEA nanti.
Please keep on supporting all the Indonesian teams so we can get the trophy.
Wow. We will see later because we still have 3 games today. So, our caster, take it away.
Thank you very much, Baby Lee. And it looks like Bigatron Delta is trying to pull off the impossible by coming through just like how Team Falcons did, right? You know, potential champions, but not really doing much. And then the moment they start hitting those high notes, they just sweep absolutely everything out there on the battlefield. It was a rough start, but this is the kind of recovery that we truly do respect. They're quite still far away from the #1 spot in the overall leaderboard. But if they can keep this up, no doubt whatsoever, they're going to get there.
I mean, they got to qualify for the important stuff, right? One step at a time, and I love it, right? Because even from a player perspective, they're not overly confident. They're like, yes, we are confident that we can win, but we still have like a little bit of homework left to do before we can really close that gap. And I think, today it's really showing that their homework is paying off.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, if you are the biggest dog, you're not really going to be fussed and, looking at all of the performance of the other teams' approach towards the competition. You know what you can do out there in the battlefield. But if you're trying to catch up with all of the others out there, you are going to be putting in that extra bit of effort. Bigatron Delta is doing exactly that. I mean, he says that he has been training, scrimming, non-stop, working hard to achieve what the team has achieved thus far, and it's clearly paying off out there on the battlefield. Their moves are super smooth. Their response time to certain situations that are just absolutely unpredictable out there is super solid. Toja's aim with that grenade launcher, super solid. A little bit of luck is, of course, thrown in there as well to find the grenade launcher out there in the first place, to get enough grenades to toss and chuck at your opponents. You need a little bit of luck, but they are making the best of every single moment. And, it truly does help them out as well. In all of those engagements, as they win, as they, rip away all of the loot off of their opponents, they just get stronger and stronger as they find that final circle.
Yeah, and no, I think that if the next couple of maps are just going to be Alpine, 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 I think it should be a really great day for Bigatron Delta, right? I think that right now, what they really strive in is their micro. Their micro as a team is looking really good. I think so far only on Alpine we've seen them make some really great decisions based on a lot of the game states that we've currently seen them in so far. But that might not necessarily translate to some of the other maps, right? It's not like Bigatron Delta, we're coming out of the gate swinging all of a sudden. It is a bit of a build up. They do need to download a bit of information from every other team so they know exactly how they're going to be approaching a rotation, for example.
And here's your MVP, not even Koja. It's Kyung with 8 eliminations, 3,467 damage, and 6 headshots in total out there on the battlefield. Truly a well-deserved MVP title for this guy. That is a phenomenal performance from him. And here's the thing, right? He ran around with the Tatsuya, walking in with the Shani as well as the Awakened Andrew. And there's just nothing that you can ask more from him. He also runs the Antonio, the gangster spirit there. Extra shield points. He's super tanky as he's walking into all of these engagements. And he even walks in with the pet. Goodness me, what's the guy's name? Flash, and when he's walking in front, you shoot him from the back, there's reduced damage. He is the true tank of the squad.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a different role. Especially when you are supposed to be designing yourself as the entry fragger. It means he's going to be the first through that door. If somebody is holding a tight angle, well, guess what? You're not going to be insta-killing him as quickly as you would like. But at the very least, it allows that first interaction to be, I can absorb the damage. The rest of my team don't have to take as much, and maybe they can look for a trade immediately after I walk through those doors.
And you can see super performance from Diggs as well as Koja. 7 and 6 eliminations. Look at the assists on all of these guys as well. Minimum assists on a player from Bigatron is 7. That's massive. Everybody's chipping in. They're playing together as a squad. All of their shots connecting. It's just devastating to meet a team that is on, just running through full steam across the battlefield. But as we take a look at the elimination leader, not a lot of the teams have really caught up. Deuce making his way up. If AG Global don't go back to their winning ways, he may not walk away with the Predator of Week 1 title with himself.
Well, I mean, they're catching up. I still think that there's still plenty of time for them to actually dominate, but based on what we've been seeing, I think that AG had a much better map in map number 2 in comparison to map number 3 here, and even for Twisted Minds, right? We saw in that last map that it's just the game of recovery until you finally win and wipe out a full squad before you can settle down and say, hey, we're in to win this.
Yeah, here's the beautiful thing for Bigatron Delta. Yes, they are very proficient at Alpine, but they're not too shabby on Kalahari as well. They're the 4th best team thus far if you compare groups A and C. The ones in front of them are teams like WAG, AG Global, as well as Buriram. The great thing here is all those few teams are not really hitting those high notes, of course, apart from Buriram. So there's a high probability that Bigatron Delta can continue steamrolling their opponents even in this next map.
Well, I don't know. I feel like in this upcoming next map, it's going to be a little rougher, right? As much as I don't like Alpine, I think God has left Kalahari. And I think that BTR, if they continue the performance and to show why that they are the shining light of Indonesia despite this godless map, I think that they can really prove themselves to be a dominant force in the tournament.
The distance between Bigatron and Buriram, who are in that second spot, the distance between the eliminations, Bigatron Delta really set themselves apart from the competition using this match. And of course, that's their very first booyah of the competition as well. Slowly but surely climbing up the leaderboard. This is your overall standing. Currently, the top 3 teams are all from Group B. We've got 3 more games to watch in action here, so there's still so many things that can happen. This leaderboard is definitely going to change by the end of the day. I mean, look at AG Global, just 25 points away from taking away that #1 spot. And there's no doubt at all, AG's going to try in this next game.
I think especially if the top seed is going to continue their performances, and despite having like some really rough early games and still making it roughly around top 5 and top 4 with a decent amount of eliminations, they should be able to start overtaking a majority of Group B if my math is correct, right? But this is dependent on average points. If they have a single bad game, they might not be able to overtake, but at least keep in contentions for top 8.
Absolutely. I mean, on average, all of these teams that are looking to replace Group B at the top, mainly AG, Buriram, Twisted Minds, they just need an average of 10 points every game. And that's very easy to get. But then, as I say it, Twisted Minds only picked up 6 points from the first 2 games. So, I mean, I'm a little bit confused as to what Twisted Minds is playing at, because we've concluded 3 games already. They're currently sitting down at 17 points. So, yeah, something's wrong with the squad. The squad that just set the record yesterday with 130 are not feeling themselves today.
Look, if you want to really go out of your way, maybe we can start doing predictions of the teams who are going to do well in the next map and see them utterly crumble against Caster Curse once more. But I think that especially when you are going into Kalahari, I'm more concerned about how the end game is going to work for a lot of these teams, because again, if the circle and a majority of the time it's not favorable to basically anybody, those end game rings can be really obnoxious to deal with, especially if you have multiple levels of elevation, 3 to 4 story buildings that have no windows, nothing, just completely exposed in all angles, but has a lot of height.
Yeah, I've already given up expecting lesser teams in those final few circles, because the patch updates have just made it so possible for teams to survive longer on the battlefield. We see teams almost on the verge of wipeout, and then the pocket market comes in with a super save, last minute revival. The guy just runs around. You've got coin machines out in the open as well, so finding coins to revive even more teammates is not an impossible situation. And there are very specific spots along the map, and pro players know exactly where those free fire coin machines are. So they've just made it so possible for the chaos to play out on each and every single game. So there's just no way to tell exactly how these games are going to go. So, and that just makes it so much more impressive when teams can maintain that consistent dominance out there.
Yep, especially when we're looking at our top 3 damage dealers, right? And these are the people who you need to expect to be consistent throughout their squad, right? They are going to be the dedicated snipers, but also making sure that not only do they finish off those kills, but they're also covering the team from off angles, whether it be, hey, somebody's respawning, I might as well shoot him out of the sky, or if you notice the most critical moves being portals being thrown out, or if somebody is launching over to a higher piece of ground.
Yeah, most damage does not necessarily mean most eliminations, because although Dew kind of leads the fray, he is 5 eliminations behind players like Peter as well as Abe. Even Saming is doing a little bit better than him with 33 eliminations in the competition thus far. And Saming is in play on the side of Twisted Minds. It's just that he's taking a nap. Saming's taking a nap. I don't know if he's going to wake up by the time we get into Kalahari. It's really hot there. You and I just came back from a very hot country, so I assume it's a little difficult to take a nap in Kalahari. I hope Twisted Minds shows us a very different side of themselves within the, of course, last 3 games.
Yeah, I mean, bring your sunscreen. Make sure you have some lip balm on, because those lips are gonna chaff real quick, especially with the amount of comms that are needed in these final circles as we start heading on over to our next map. It's gonna be Kalahari, and personally for me, I absolutely despise this map. It is godless to me. It is the reason why most people put down the game and say, you know what, maybe being an atheist isn't that bad as we head into this.
I used to hate Kalahari as much as you until they threw the grappling hook into the vending machine, into the pocket market, and now everybody gets to be Batman on this map, right? The biggest problem with Kalahari used to be the crazy elevation, very hilly area, desert-like area, and you needed to kind of manage that elevation with the grappling hook, which in the past was just available at random to be looted out there on the battlefield. Now that you get to purchase it, it makes this a decent enough map, but you've got an extra utility to work around with. So you need an extra finger, or you need to be quick enough with the click. So, you know, it just makes the game so much more difficult to deal with.
It becomes extra tedious, and it looks like the flight path. I mean, today has been a day of great flight paths. It's always cutting through the middle. There's a perfectly good spread, but a lack of teams towards all hand as well as foundation, which is great for AG because that means that there's going to be so much more space to loot up.
I don't know if Kabi was just lagging at the start of this matchup because he's just way too far off of confinement and a little bit too far away from the rest of his team members to pick him right back up if things do go south. PE Esports, on the other hand, with a very early skirmish up against Bigatron Delta, the team that's in fantastic performance. Kyung's going to be taking some pot shots from the back. LBT tagged up, but he's got a super gun in his hands. The marksman Woodpecker be able to penetrate through all of the armor, and you're not going to find solid armor so early in the game. In fact, Kyung has none on him. The rate of fire through that Bison can give him an upper hand, though. So it's all about who meets the first bullet through the chest of his opponent.
Yep, and I mean, with very little cover to play with here, it's rather surprising he hasn't taken a single shot just yet, but able to reposition. These small moments are going to make all the difference here because everybody's basically the same, right? Every extra bit of loot might be the difference maker into actually winning out Council Hall. In the meantime, on the outer side of the compound, we do finally see Dix is able to get the initial knockdown, but here comes the rest of the team, right? Even for Vamos and as well as AAA having to fight of their own on the outside, but PE Esports taking a majority of the damage.
Yeah, easy 4 points for Bigatron Delta, but of course that is not the end for PE just yet. Thanks to the pocket market, they do have their players back in the matchup. So it's all about the looting progress, and PE has to start from the bottom yet again. Bigatron Delta, on the other hand, have got a bonus 4 points to start things off of. And on top of that, all the loot at Council Hall, clear areas to rotate around from. So fantastic start for the Indonesians.
Yep, Vamos still trying to clear out remaining members of DAC all around it. Wow. Great shots here so far from Jun, but here comes the rest of the thirds. Oh wait, it might just be a full squad of Evas. No, I see two so far. We don't know where the other two are left. They've already lost Jun in this engagement, and Vamos, they're backing off of this.
What the hell, Kabi? He's the string high that dropped in the middle of all of this chaos. Still managed to get a knock, but it didn't really turn the situation around. Only slowed down Vamos. And Evos Divine wasn't close enough to take advantage of that surprise ambush by Kabi. So it will be Vamos still surviving, but out of the pan, into the fire. Onyx Olympus awaits them, and the ambush has kicked off already. Jack straight up towards the top, AC-80 in hand. McRory trying to run away as quickly as possible as Ramiel gets caught in between all of these Onyx players.
Yep, and now even Evos are realizing, hey, wait a minute, we hear more gunfires. We have the POI on our side. Let's just start taking ground. And Onyx instantly going to look at that front line and be like, no, stop. You don't get to go on a POI for free.
And this is a player from the side of Heavy watching the skirmish between Evos Divine and Onyx Olympus. So the Indonesian brothers.
Do they not see Ray? Oh, they do see Ray. They do see him.
Right, the best of each other here. The Drogon is finding a couple of connections, and Zairu. Ray did not see that one coming in a 1v2, and Evos Divine slowly backing away, but Onyx says, no sir, you have started this, you gotta end it. Apex being ambushed, two sides, same time. Jack with the grappling hook right up on top, has got the Bison. Riptide Rhythm breaks down the defense, and PE off screen eliminated as well. And Evos Divine not finding the better end of this stick as Gary gets revived for the side of Onyx. Full squad. Onyx Olympus, on the other hand, have had 2 casualties. And finally, Heavy wants some payback. They bring in that R1. They scan out the players. Jack on the ground. Let's see exactly what sort of damage Heavy can do now.
Kibes is in so much trouble. He's got literally nothing to work with here as he's getting shot from every angle, and Artemis finally takes him out. Expert is just gonna chill for the time being while the rest of the members of Evos Divine are gonna back out of there. With Heavy already taking the majority of that space, there's no more free kills to take away. Well, BTR taking on BRU in the middle of this compound.
Oh my, is this where your luck runs out, BTR? Or do you show that you're not just here to play, but you are here to wreck even the 2-time world champs? Get High does find Kyung down on the ground, bleeding out already. Takes the final survivor. Can he hit that revival? Has got no coins on himself whatsoever. Jonah says, get out of here, BTR. Buriram is back to play. A great start for Bigatron, but Buriram ends their run.
Yep, and here the Indo Stars already disrupting the revives coming in from Vamos, who is forced to actually split into two different directions. It looks like Jun and Ramiel are going to be trying to hunker down on their own, with their last remaining member ran off towards the opposite side. They're going to have to hunker down hard because instantly Jun gets knocked down from a quick reaction from Rafa, and 18 Deer is just looking to win this 1v1 all by himself, if not with Overwatch.
I mean, this guy's just such a clutch player. Ref from afar helping out as well with the Woodpecker straight to the head, getting that headshot. 18 Deer with the XM8 making that look so easy. Vamos just being toasted. Indostar smiling. But now yet another skirmish. AG showing up out of nowhere thanks to the portal goal right above Twisted Minds. I thought it was just WAG up against Twisted Minds. X-Posy trying his best to hold on, but down to the ground he goes. Dew hopping on into the battle as well. And Twisted Minds with the portal goal, they back away. This is just devastating, but AG Global only managing to pick two. Now they turn their sights over to WAG.
Yep. Oh, man, it's so hard to keep track of every single angle that's happening here, especially with the portals as well. WAG forced back into a corner thanks to the help of AG at this point of time. Now, it really begs the question, can they capitalize on this? Riptide has already been popped off. They're going to have to hold this elevation. Wait, Caramel?
Yeah, he's taking a huge risk here. Spotted out by Cyrus. M1014 just needs one good pump. Doesn't find the player just yet. Backup is there. Caramel fights it with the grenade launcher. My goodness. The risk pays off. High risk, high reward. Now stop. Looking for Alan. Alan has no choice. He's rich. But where does he buy his players back from? Needs to find an opening. Patches himself right back up first. In the meantime, he does have X-Bob backing away. Alan is going to play the distraction. And he pulls the players on the side of AG Global the opposite way. Does he sacrifice himself with 1,600 coins in his pocket? It will be a costly one.
Yeah, Artemis from Heavy, in the middle of an engagement. Wow! What a great nade here. Great nade to take out competitors. Onyx still slacking behind. And Keybase going to be hunkering down in his own little compound while X-Rod is on his way. Just watching him with a sniper rifle, hopefully able to find a pick before they get to his boy.
Yeah, Artemis, chef's kiss with the cook on that grenade. Beautifully played. Now, Alan looking for an easy one. Stop, sidesteps, place it in and out. And he's got backup with Cyrus as well. Cypher with the Drogon. A couple of grenades can crush them, but Alan has none on him. So they'll have to bide their time, allowing AG Global a little bit of extra time to play that recovery as well. Glue Wall Melter going to melt it down. Cypher place it in and out once again. Alan will come for that backup. Cypher taken down by Cyrus. An instant pickup onto Alan, but has got not enough time. Dew from afar. That snipe, long range shot will put the guy down, but that recovery is going to be sweet enough because they've got the numbers to play the glue wall.
Yep, and coming back here, looking over at Indo Stars once more as the fight keeps on boiling on between Onyx and the rest of the world at this point. Indo Stars chilling in command post. They're very happy with this. They've already pushed Vamos away at this point of time, and I think they've got a nearby POI to work with here at command post. Everything's working out for them unless the ring pushes them in a different direction.
Yeah, 3 games in, Indostars have only picked up 8 points. So yeah, they desperately need to survive, or else this is going to be a day that really makes them cry. Decent enough start, 4 points in hand. They just have to be a little careful to not get into another scuffle before finding that final circle. AG Caramel backing away, but this might not be a good position for him to pick outside the circle between 3 players of EVOS Divine.
Yeah, he's looking down a firing range real quick, but once again, we come back to the Indo Stars, and yes, they did initially push Vamos out of their current position, with the majority of them having some decent long-range capabilities here. The poking game is going to start very soon between these two squads, but we have to wait until the full completion of the ring before they decide where's the next point of contention.
WAG and attack all around outside the circle, but they're just hogging those vending machines. They want to spend this money before finding the next spot. Over at command post, on the other hand, Vamos taking spot. AG Global, who have an eye on them, but not enough space as Ramiel finds one off of AG. And that's just go. Oh my goodness, Cypher down as well. Twisted Diamonds finding another AG player. Things are not going great for the Thai squad.
Oh, it looks like Evos as well as attack all around in the middle of this, and the in a completely separate area. Attack all around wanted to play on the outside of this ring. Not so sure whether or not they have enough time to get back in, but it's going to cost them some resources for now. We cut back to Vamos as he's again. It's not a war of attrition anymore. They're just trying to clear building from building. McGrory, he might just go down here. Yep, notices the 18-year get shot from behind for the rest of his squad. And the rest of Vamos instantly purchase him back at the POI. Currently, at this point in time, both sides controlling 1 in POI each. And I don't think they're moving now that they know where the next circle is.
I do not understand that push from McGrory at all, unless it was a miscommunication. I mean, you've got 2 Filipinos, 2 Malaysians in the squad. Communication's definitely going to be a little bit of a challenge, but they have been playing with each other for quite a bit, even in the past. So not so sure exactly what happened there. Perhaps the call was made, but nobody listened. Stop has his run in here stopped instantaneously. AG once again hurt, losing player after player. Potentially just 1 more left for AG Global out there.
Yeah, and the rest of the teams need to start getting into this ring really, really soon. This is where we expect a lot of the bloodshed to actually start to reach its peak, right? We still have 37 players still alive, and Onyx still tanking the blue on the outside as they have to make a big rotation to get down here. And even from the north side, right, we still have Evos Divine, who's just been chilling out here in the blue for a good bit of time, not having to move as much as Onyx. At the very least, we see attack all around against Vamos once again, high-low.
But attack all around, just a better squad when it comes to the engagements. Vamos really needs to check out their very best here. Ungod, great sidestep away from all of those bullets. Folky finds Jun. And this is just breaking down, but here comes Indostars to clean up all of the initial engagements that Vamos started off with. 18 Deer finding a double for himself, and Indostars onto 8 points already. And this engagement up against attack all around helps Vamos survive. There is another guy out there. Attack all around with the final second revival off of that vending machine as well. Thank goodness there's one at command post for AAA. And Indostars quick in and out. They pick up easy points.
Great capitalization. Oh, Artemis is able to find one. He's just cutting through. Those glue walls ain't going to be saving you, brother man. They've already found one. They just are looking for as many elimination points as they can. Cut back to the north side. Heavy, they're just having the time of their lives. They're like, okay, we're out of there. We're making it into the next ring, boys.
Yeah, the elimination feed is showing us that AG Global is hitting all of those revives, but as the players get brought back in, they're just being shot out of the sky. Way too easy for the survivors because the circle's just way too small. Not a lot of cover for these players to play around with on that revival as well. Unfortunate for AG. Now only left with 2 players, 5 eliminations in hand. Clearly not a lot of money on them as well. Evos Divine looked like they're solid, but only 1 survivor left there as well. Buriram on a hunting spree. Onyx Olympus, Zairu spotted out already. 1 grenade just to crack the glue wall a tad bit. Out the window he goes. Jonah trying to cut off his rotation. Finds nothing. 1 beautiful grenade, and it is Moshi's AWM that finds the final bullet in.
Oh, good prediction and movement here. Even calculating the bounce as well, just to make sure that he finds the most optimal angle here. BRU continuing to play on the outside of that circle. Let's have a full look at the map and see how it sees, because AG is coming in from outside, but Twisted Minds have a very good spot as we see the members of WAG in full engagement against them, right? And there's still people attacking them from the southern side, like Attack All Around, who's just trying to keep quiet for now, but if he can see a pick and can go for an elimination, he will try for it.
Yeah, I'm on the Twisted Minds camp at this point of time, not because they are doing phenomenally well today, because they desperately need some points. A little shaky place, but I'm pretty sure a recovery is possible. Perhaps by taking down the AG player right behind them, they do stand a better chance, because that interference at the wrong timing could just put them in a lot of trouble. AG out as I speak of it. Diamond makes sure he gets the job done. Export down on the ground. A straight up fight against WAG, and Indostars just overwhelming them. This chaos is just going to the way of Indostars, and it looks way too easy for them. 12 eliminations strong. Raz needs to get picked up, but that's not going to be too much of a problem. But Heavy arrives to drop on the party.
Great call, but it's not over yet. Heavy might actually decide to take this portal, and if they do, they have to deal with the rest of the Indostars, who have already set up a triangulated feed. Yep, they've already found one, and they want to continue a little bit more.
Buriram spotting out all of this crazy chaos, wanting to have a piece of it as well. Now Twisted Minds has got the fight approaching their own house. Lean down on the ground. No elimination just yet. They need to get a good follow-up here. 18 Dia barricades himself in, which means he can't help out the rest of his team members. All
Twisted
alone.
Minds.
This is the 1v3 specialist, the clutch god for the side of Indostars. Can he get something done? Twisted Minds trying to say the answer is no as they eliminate Indostars. Jonah from afar. Grenade falls short. Both the Riptide Rhythm will take down nothing as well. The glue wall gets taken down, but nobody's home. Kathizi is going to get caught out inside the containers, but thankfully for him, there's no opening from the back. Twisted Minds runs right past him as they get pursued by Buriram.
Oh, they don't even want to play on the opposite side of it, right? They're just heading straight towards the southern side, hoping that some of these stragglers might be able to give them an opportunity back against BRU, who have already taken so much space while still holding their back lines.
Buriram, their number one team on Kalahari thus far. They've already got one booyah to their name on this map, and they want one more. Twisted Minds desperately needs one for themselves. Twisted can shut down Vamos. Indostars in the hands of Buriram, and as I say that, Buriram gets the job done courtesy of Jonah and his Drogon. Vamos and the Survivor. It looks like that container is the perfect hiding spot for Kathizi. Exposi looking for him.
No.
Finds nothing. Bison is there. Kathizi tagged up. Runs away, gives an easy one towards Buriram, and all of the ice grenades laid out. Moshi up top, but what can he do with that elevation?
Gonna be looking down onto the members of Twisted Minds. He just needs to speak out, but they're already so close together. They've taken one down. With the help of Nameless, Get High already fallen. BRU, they might need to clutch this. They need to trade because they're getting overwhelmed by the morning. See me again as well as Expoxy. Gonna be the next to fall here. They're gonna just stay alive as long as possible as Moshi is forced off of that high ground to get involved against Nameless on the opposite side. Wasana is gonna hop on over with grappling hook. He is stuck in animation. He can't do anything as Moshi ends up dying to Nameless. And on the opposite side, we do see that Foxy and Diamond won out in their fight. Wasana, the next to fall. It looks like Twisted Minds have been able to close out this game unless this one remaining member from Vamos clutches it. That's a booyah achieved for the Twisted Minds.
Personal MVP out of Twisted Minds is definitely Nameless. He saw the threat that Moshi brought to the squad because Buriram's setup was just brilliant, sending Moshi up top but well hidden, not making a single sound, and the rest of Buriram ran towards the center of the circle, baiting out Twisted Minds to come out fourth, and that was just giving open shots for Moshi. Moshi only managed to knock down one player, but instantly Nameless hopped on into the battle. He dropped back to meet Moshi with his Drogon, getting that knock. And of course, Wasana had to then take that upper ground, but Nameless said, no boy, not today. We desperately need the points. And Twisted Minds smiling ear to ear as they finally hit their first booyah on Kalahari. And on top of that, finally finding their rhythm once again in the second day of play for themselves.
Yep, it looks like their fingers are finally warmed up here. Again, great decision making, right? And I think especially for Mochi, maybe a little, Mochi, he maybe got a little unlucky because technically the portal was right at the edge of that piece of high ground looking down on the cargo. So he might not be able to have as much LOS as we thought initially because you're looking at a pretty steep slope. So you have to put yourself in danger if you want to get some of these shots off. And I think that with the help of Nameless, finding that initial pick and then pushing him off of that high ground instantaneously, that gave such a big advantage to the Twisted Minds to take on their 3v1s, their 2v1s even, when they got traded.
I mean, Kathizi finally. Props to Kathizi, props to Vamos. There was great survival skills right there. He picked the right spot to hide away from all of the action, and nobody guessed that he was inside of that container. Finally, when the players of the side of Twisted Minds thought of going in to check, the timing was just perfect for him with the Tatsuya. He burst out of there, and he did not get caught by Buriram. That was the second impressive move coming through from Kathizi. I mean, pure survival skills right there. Desperation definitely turned out to be a blessing for him. At least he walks away with decent placement points for his squad.
I think he'll be happy with that. I do feel like Indostars, unfortunately, were a little unlucky towards the end, especially since they found some prime time opportunities to get a lot of elimination points, but unable to actually survive the pushback later down the line. That's where BRU has got that as a formula. They figure it out every single time, whether inside or outside. They always seem to be the last team to arrive in an engagement and clean up shop.
And Twisted Minds, of course, will be able to tie up with Hua Esports with 3 booyahs in the competition thus far, which is something Buriram will look to tie up with soon enough. We have got 2 games to go, 1 random map, next Terra as well. But of course, before we move forward, let's hear exactly what the boys from Twisted Minds have to say. In a bit. It will eventually come.
And then it happens now.
Hi guys, I'm Yuki and here with us is
Nameless ครับ
From
Twisted Mind ครับ
Yay! Nameless. What would you like to be called?
อยากให้เรียกว่าอะไรคะชื่อ
Nameless ครับ Nameless
Nameless เลยเหรอ
เรียกนั้นก็ได้เรียกนั้นก็ได้
ปังนันหรือเปล่า Okay จะบอกปังนัน Nameless first question is if you can switch or swap yourself with any other player in our league for one day who would it be
ถ้าเกิดว่าเราสามารถเลือกสลับทีมกับใครก็ได้จากทีมไหนก็ได้ในลีก1 วันอยากเป็นใครสลับกับใคร
อยากเป็นใครสักคนก็ได้ใน BAU ครับจะได้อยากเล่นกับบังเก็ตอยากรู้ว่าบังเก็ตคิดยังไงเล่นยังไง
I would like to switch with anybody in Buriram United Esports because I want to play with Get High.
Why you want to play with Get High?
ทำไมอยากเล่นกับ Get High คะ
ก็อยากรู้ว่าเขาคิดยังไงอะไรอย่างเงี้ยครับตอนเล่นจะได้กลับมาเล่นบ้าง
I would like to know Get High play style so I can copy and follow him.
Like how he think, how he his strategy, something like that. Okay, so you have a lot of experience in our league, Free Fire, all around the world. So I would like to know that which or any competition of yours that you want to be reprised.
เนื่องจากเราก็ได้เล่นมาในหลายลีกของ Free Fire ทั่วโลกแล้วมีทัวร์นาเมนต์ไหนไหมที่เรารู้สึกว่าเราอยากกลับไปเล่นอีกครั้ง
ก็อยากกลับไปเล่นก็ล่าสุดเลยครับ Esports World Cup
Esports World Cup ทำไมคะ
รู้สึกว่าทำได้ไม่ดีเลยครับรายการนั้น
Because I think we didn't play as we expect.
Okay.
Yeah, lower than our standard, and we'd like to fix that.
Esports World Cup. So you want to be reprised that competition. Okay. Anything you want to say to your fan? And this is the last question.
มีอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟนๆไหมคะ
ก็ฝากติดตามเชียร์ด้วยนะครับทำให้เต็มที่ครับ
Please keep cheering us. We will do our best.
One post before we go. Okay, so we're gonna send this one back to Shoutcaster with your post. Okay, in 3, 2, 1, back to you, Shoutcaster.
When you throw, we catch, and the most that I've learned out of this from Nameless is number 1, he wants to be on BRU just to know Get High, and number 2, he's gonna change things the next time they touch EWC. And after a great map play, I think that where was this? Where were these guys during EWC?
I know, right? They were the very first team to qualify for EWC. Unfortunately, at FFWS SEA Spring, they only took away the 6th spot, and that repeated once again at EWC, where they only managed to rank in 6th. But you know what? The prize pool was pretty decent, so they walked away pretty happy. But obviously, everybody wants to be champion. But before they can aim to be global champions, they have to dominate Southeast Asia first. Question is, can they bring their rhythm back? Yesterday, it seemed like it was very possible. Today, on the other hand, I've got questions in my head, but of course, Diamond will seek to answer all of those questions. 4 eliminations, 5 headshots through 1,558 damage. Nothing to scream about, but you know, if you're walking with a booyah, recovering, I'm a happy man.
Yep, and I think so far that just seems to be what the current meta is right now, right? It's either you play heavily aggressive in the early game, or when you get towards the mid-late stages of the game, you play for that positioning, you look for the right opportunities, because if you are caught not the last team to walk into a third, that's when it gets real messy real quick, and a lot of teams have not been able to pull themselves back out of those tough spots other than Twisted Minds.
You can see them running 3 Josephs on this squad. The only one that doesn't run the Joseph is actually Saming. He doesn't need it. Usually he stays away from the thick of the action. He's trying to snipe from afar. He brings in the Maro. He makes it a little bit more possible for the squad to shut down players up front. with the Skylar and the 2 pumps of that Riptide rhythm. And Joseph has just been integral for the current meta because A1 to 4 as well as the Homer was just causing way too much of disruptions out there on the battlefield that Silver Spoon just allows him to negate all of those slowdowns and go out there and do what he does best. But of course, not massive number of points, which I'm a little bit disappointed with. I expected much more from Twisted Minds. I am an Asian parent at the end of the day, but 2 more games to make me smile.
I mean, it's Kalahari, right? On our next map, definitely we're expecting Twisted Minds to actually do a lot better. This is a winning map that they have achieved, a qualification through to EWC through, and I think it would be a little disappointing if they don't do well in the upcoming Nextera. But I think for the time being, right, Twisted Minds in this current position, the past couple of maps they've been having some pretty terrible starts, especially map number 2, where they really were just trying to recover until they found a place that they can hunker down and truly regroup. And I think it really just boils down to how their early game plays out. So very minute decisions need to be made for them overall, but for the rest of the squads, as we look at the overall standings, catching up pretty handedly to the rest of Group B.
Absolutely, and of course, Buriram slowly but surely, very quietly climbing the leaderboard, now just 4 points behind RRQ, for sure to overtake them by the end of the day. And you know what? I totally agree with you. I think it's going to be a little bit more decent for Twisted Minds in this next map. At the end of the day, they do have a single Booyah on Nextera to their name already, and it was a massive one. The last time they hit this Booyah here on the map of Nextera, they had 22 eliminations, which was 11 more than what they picked off of Kalahari. If they can repeat that, it will be phenomenal. It will put them right back on the winning track.
Yeah, we need to get them when they were in that mindset of reverse red, right? When they were playing during the SBS before they got picked up later down the line as Twisted Minds for EWC. That's what we want to see here for the upcoming map.
Absolutely. But of course, we're going to take a quick short break before we head on into Nextera. When we come back, Nextera as well as a random map for all of you guys to enjoy. For now, don't go anywhere. 5 minutes and we'll be back.
Get ready, Free Fire fans! The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 for trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand. You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
Oh, no. Indonesian is better. Everyone knows that Thailand has the best player in the world.
No, Vietnam still have the best handsome teams.
Oh.
And
3 from Malaysia.
They will compete head-to-head to win a share of the 300,000 USD prize pool.
And of course, Thailand will be the one who bring this prize back home. You know it, right?
it's our country. Impossible for other region to win.
No chance for you guys.
Don't talk too much. Let's continue our announcement.
Let's go.
The tournaments will have 3 stages: Knockout, Point Rush, and Grand Finals. Starting on 16 August 2024, 18 teams will be divided into 3.
Đây là cái team của chúng tôi nhất định sẽ chiến thắng. B Esports, WAZ, Heavy, God of War, Hua Esports.
Hãy đón chờ thất bại đi.
Macam tu je jenis power dalam kandang ni. Inilah pasukan kita. Espen, Todak, Vamos Esports.
Hey Indo, jaga-jaga ya. Korang akan rata dalam kandang sendiri.
It's time for me. ตอนนี้เวลาของผม
Đây là lúc của chúng tôi.
Ni waktu kemenangan kita.
Circle it. Circle, you let me circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. Let me circle it. I'm like circle. When I'm hanging with my friends, I can circle it. I can find anything if I circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it. Can you circle it? Cause I can circle it. See something that you like, you can draw around it.
Get ready, Free Fire fans! The biggest event of Free Fire is back.
The Southeast Asia Legends will competing for the Free Fire World Series 2024 Fall Trophy.
Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall will invite 18 teams from 4 regions.
We have 5 from Indonesia, 5 from Thailand. You know what? We have 5 handsome teams from Vietnam.
What?
Four games done, 4 different Booyah winners. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Gideon Q. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall Edition. And it looks like some Titans just must fall. Twisted Minds almost slipping up, but finally hitting a Booyah. And now they get the blessing of heading on into a map where they've already proven to be quite a Titan. We get into Nextera.
Yep, we've already predicted 2 out of the 3 potential teams who were, well, expected to get a Booyah, but you know, you're hoping for AG, I'm hoping for Evo's Divine. Maybe one of them could steal away a map this time round, but it really depends on their overall performance, because Nextera is not an easy map to play. Yes, in terms of elevation, it really starts to get rocky once you get to the northern half of that map, but up till then, City Landscapes is a comfortable spot for a lot of these teams to actually play through.
I truly agree with you. Just way too many buildings inside of Nextera. I mean, that's just your natural fort, and your bullets are not going to be able to penetrate through those walls. Yes, you've got the FGL in play now, but that will only be able to blast through pretty thin walls. These Nextera buildings are pretty solid the last time we checked.
Yeah, they're pretty thick overall, real thick with concrete, as the kids they say. But I think this is where we're really going to see a lot of these teams who have, like, you know, they're lacking decision-making skills, or at the very least being able to assess a situation, because I think they've proven that micro-wise, a lot of these teams, when they're in the right mindset, can actually take on some of the bigger teams, some of the bigger predators here in the league, if they are regrouped, cool, calm, and collected. Nextera needs a perfect balance between the two.
Bigatron Delta, they performed really well on Alpine. They were on the upward trend until, of course, they got removed from the equation a little prematurely up in Kalahari, only walking away with 4 points. In Purgatory as well, Bigatron only managed to walk away with a single point. The 35 that they hit at Alpine seems to be the only thing sustaining them as they try to climb this overall leaderboard. So this is going to be a big question as well on whether or not this Indonesian squad, the underdogs that came out of nowhere, became the champions of Indonesia, now trying to be the champions of Southeast Asia. Can they have their miracle run continue? We'll just have to wait and see. As far as the top 3 for this map goes, the first 2 teams you can ignore because they are from Group B. They're not playing today. Twisted Minds is there, but they've been having a horrible day. So this just means a good news for everybody else who's trying.
It feels so funny to say that Twisted Minds are having a horrible day right after they got a booyah on the map that mattered to them. But hey, if they're gonna do like, you know, 2 booyahs in a row to kind of say that, hey guys, we're still the top dogs in this competition, by all means, go ahead. Because I think that a lot of teams are up for the challenge, right? The fact that Twisted Minds weren't able to win out in the first few couple of matches because of some unfortunate circumstances, but still are able to pull through, just goes to show that the decision making is still correct, maybe not their execution, which we're hoping our top 3 headshotters here are able to make a difference.
And of course, based on the current meta, everybody's rocking the Trogon 49, 42, 41 headshots. These guys are just way too accurate with this pump action shotgun. You've got the triple burst out of each and every single click. And clearly, these guys have got really quick thumbs to be able to get those solid aims. But of course, the biggest of problems here for me is whether or not Diamond is going to have to continuously find those heads. Because yesterday, you see, when I say the Twisted Minds is not having a great day, I'm not comparing them to any other teams out there. I'm just comparing them to their own performance off of day 1, where they hit 130 points as opposed to the 40 points that they have walked in here with. I mean, I do agree that I was the exact same person that said they need 10 points average per game, but I did not expect them to take me so seriously.
Yeah, man. I imagine that Diamond, when he goes to sleep, all he sees is himself standing over him in a different jersey, just going like, what are you doing here? What are you doing with yourself? He wakes up in a cold sweat and he's just like, no, I have to beat him. The only way the Twisted Minds can be defeated is if they lose to themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, at the moment, they are losing to themselves. You can look at the top 3 assists as well. Cosq, one of the finest backup players out there, rocking the woodpecker. This is insane. Okay, Cosq is usually your CQC player, always rocking the shotgun. Last season, he tried to pick up the sniper. He should not pick up the sniper all that too much. But this season, he's rocking the marksman and he's not doing too shabby. In fact, he's leading with the assist through the woodpecker.
Maybe that's the difference, right? He was like, you know, sniper rifle's a little too long. Like, I'm already good at CQC, so this is like a good in-between.
Yes, absolutely. Better rate of fire on the marksman for sure, as opposed to the M82B or the AWM, which gives you a lot of lag time in between. Of course, Cosq is very used to the lag time because he usually rocks the M1887, the double barrel shotgun. You cannot miss those shots, or else that downtime between your reloads will be long. But with the AWM, he needs to keep his distance with the opponents, which he's so not used to, right? He's very used to getting up close and personal with all of them. But it's great to see this is exactly what time and patience will get you. If you fail in one season, nothing's wrong. Just continue practicing and you're soon going to be able to dominate. I love seeing exactly what Cosq is doing out there with his adaptation.
You know, I bet he picked up the woodpecker because of that rate of fire, because if he ever picks up an AWM, he just sees the world differently, right? He's a CQC player. He's looking at the world at 240 frames, so time feels extra slow when he's waiting to clock his gun to get another shot off.
Absolutely. And of course, players like Cosq are so dangerous out there on the battlefield because he's already won with the meta with the shotgun. So he's going to be able to rock those Trogons very easily. But being able to bring in the secondary as a marksman makes him super lethal, mid, close, as well as long range. So he's just that perfect player which you do not want to come across. And of course, that makes Falcons very, very dangerous. But of course, as we set up this next game, it's going to be Nextera. Let's see exactly who hops into an early battle so we can laugh at them.
No, we were talking about Cosq and the fact that he's great short, but he's also good at mid to almost long. Nextera is the perfect map for that exact type of situation. Yes, he is not the one playing, but he's definitely checking out these games with the Galaxy 24 Ultra. I was promised an inheritance, and unfortunately, my family is not rich, so I got a Galaxy S24, and that was already good enough. I don't need $1 million. That phone is enough to set me straight.
Bigatron Delta, very cheeky with the drop decks towards the very corner of Intellect Center, and Museum's going to be holding Buriram. Usually the rotation from Buriram would be from Museum straight into Intellect, so Bigatron better hit a quick hijack of all of the loot and then get away, potentially towards Twin Bridge to meet off with Indostars. But in the meantime, there's an early skirmish here for Heavy and Twisted Minds on standby as well.
No surprise. Heavy continuing to try and do the heavy lifting in the early game, right? As we continuously see him, see this team get into early engagements as soon as possible and then kind of make decisions off of the results of it. But they also like to play for that information, right? You can see them. They're spreading out. They're trying to figure out who else is in the vicinity. They definitely saw Twisted Minds fly down with them as they start loading back up, but there's plenty of space to play to loot up first before they get into the engagements.
Got a decent amount of loot with the coins thus far, and players of Heavy all just trying to spot onto Zipway. Shots now sustained by Heavy. Not sure exactly who's shooting at them. Kabi will be able to pull a quick recovery here, and it is Twisted Minds just off screen, and Diamond, as I speak of them, gets that headshot. Vitan down on the ground. No glue walls for Kabi, so this is super dangerous.
Oh, he's got to do it quick. He's got to do it quick. Diamond, he's slightly exposed here. Oh, he's trying to get the trade initially, but they managed to pull back. Thank God he's got a little bit of overwatch, and they have to worry about the right flank where they got shot from initially. Hans trying to hold the position for as long as possible, but I think they need to start pulling back towards where some of these cargo crates are, if not back to the compound, because we do see Vamos Jun also taking some pot shots.
Yeah, very brave bait and switch here by Hans, asking Kabi to run behind him, and he runs forward straight towards Twisted Minds just to absorb some of the damage, and quick on his feet as well. He managed to use his Tatsuya to get away, so great defensive play. Nothing's wrong with the squad just yet. We'll catch up with them in a little bit as Jonah spots out players from the side of Onyx Olympus. Keybase has got a super solid SMG, but in a 1v2, Riptide Rhythm breaks down his glue wall, can't pull up yet another, and how in the world is he still standing? Jonah hasn't dropped him just yet. MP40 and Gary with the backstab. Onyx Olympus crushing Buriram.
Oh my goodness, they took out the fraggers as on top of the support on top of it all. The rest of Onyx just want to take out Wasana unless Wasana can clutch it hard. I don't see this as an easy comeback for BRU. He gets run down. Gary does take him out, and they also get rid of Moshi thanks to Jack. Holy, okay. Looks like Onyx, they're going aggressive early.
Yeah, very rare situation here. Buriram setting up an ambush and then just biting the dust. Thankfully, Moshi had enough time, enough space to get high back into the game, or else that would have been Buriram on the meat platter instantly. But of course, Vamos now sustaining a couple of shots, will not look to get aggressive just yet. Backs away from WAG. WAG thinking the exact same as well as they expand X-Bor out there. They don't really have a lot of space to play that revival just yet. So back into Farmtopia they go.
Yep, and they're also going to, a quick scan as well, just to ensure that nobody is around the POI by accident, right? Don't want to end up walking around, especially when you're holding that much currency. But we look back at Heavy, they got P Esports directly in front of them, but they notice an entirely new squad just past the horizon here, past the highways, and notice the Indostar. So they're giving up that high ground. They're slowly thinking about maybe we should just give up this entire area completely and then let the Indostars just rain havoc on P Esports.
Yeah, the bar's set really low for Heavy at this point of time. They've knocked down Narrow, and that's their first point that they are picking up on this map. They've played it once. They walked away with 0 points. So this is a good start for Heavy. Fingers crossed they can continue this. It has not been the best of days, but at the same time, it's not too shabby. I mean, as far as Heavy is concerned, 49 points picked up thus far is very, very decent.
Yeah, it's very decent. But looking at the full macro side of things, P Esports now in a very similar position to what Heavy was in map number 2. Vamos not too far behind Heavy as well. It's literally just one street over. So if things start to get very, very hot, once a lot of sound is going to be made, it's going to start pulling everybody towards the eastern side of the ring.
Vitan just got shot at, but he's not so sure exactly who's taking the shot. What a beautiful connection to the head. Raz crawls away quickly so that Raf can have an opportunity to pick him right back up. But Raf is hiding away from Kabi as well. So this is a sticky situation. Artemis drops by and drops dead. AG Global showing up, just wrecking havoc here out of nowhere. The moment they appear, they get 2 knockdowns and an elimination. And now they get the high ground advantage against both Indostars and PE.
Oh, that's great. But considering that they have to actually, to get to that position is pretty difficult, right? It costs resources off.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. A little unfortunate there. One more shot would have done it. Very, very nice play At the same time, AG, they need to have resources for an escape plan. If they're willing to get this high ground and tank the blue for it, they've luckily got that portal to take it back, but they need to make some decisions now because they've got a lot of members just spread all along this highway, just to look down at PE, and it looks like they want to take it to them.
Absolutely, and yes, please, AG, more of this. I predicted that they're gonna be on the top 3 by the end of today. They have not been looking good at all, so I like this sort of a pacing. Let's take a look at Dew here. Damage King reaching 25,000. The first player to hit 25,000 damage in FFWS SEA 2024 Fall Edition. Good on him. But I want to see some conversions, Mr. Dew.
Yeah, let's see those conversions. We need to see them actually get a booyah first. I think that's what. Wait, hold on. Twisted Minds as well as Big Tron Delta in a completely separate fight, playing left and right. They've already traded 1-for-1 at this point in time. They still have 2 members left from the side of Twisted Minds. The rest of BTR looks like they're also on 2 members as well. The buys are going to come through, but only 1 person. CQC is going to get close. They swing around the corner to drop the glue walls, but he's got to worry about that right. Even the top side being watched by the other mind, allowing this 1v1 to happen. He believes that Siming will win this, and he comes on with the help of Diamond to clear that up as they win their own individual ones. The faster response to the other, and that's Twisted Minds getting the full rebuy.
Yeah, beautiful stuff out of Twisted Minds here, showing that they just are absolutely proficient at maneuvering around Nextera, just knowing the map like the back of their hands. They just did not waste any time whatsoever. As Bigatron Delta was scrambling to find some defensive spot, Twisted Minds did not care. They were just hopping on out, and Saming working the Drogon. He's usually on those snipes, on the marksman from long range, so that's very impressive from him.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing really well, right? But we come back to AG, who is still currently playing towards the northern west side of the map so far. Yeah. The ring has pulled, and more importantly, it's coming to that 3rd ring. And the big problems start to occur for a lot of these teams. Once we start getting to that 4th ring, we're expecting bodies to start dropping. But more importantly so, Nextera is one of those few maps that inner ring teams do have a slight bit of an advantage because it's much easier to hunker down and pull away. But it really depends on what that final ring is going to be, because when we look outside of the ring, out in the blue, Twisted Minds, they're literally looking to farm. Poon God, Jump God, Leem, they'll take anybody.
Yeah, you can be a god, but this is our map, says Twisted Minds, so Poon God does not get a run away. Saming literally just making a beeline straight up for him. Poon God's gonna get caught out, and a flying truck out of everywhere else. Diamond straight up to his face. Saming whips out his woodpecker, drops him from afar. What a combination. And they're just picking up 3 points outside the circle, but they cannot underestimate the rotation of the other squads. They have to buck up and start circling on in to look for a decent defensive spot. Just like AG, they will have to deal with a little bit of damage that the blue gives them, as they're stuck now in this compound up against PE Esports and EVOS Divine.
Yep, and they're pushed into the furthest corner here, right? Because AG as well as EVOS Divine have both the left and right side of the outer side of this compound fence completely under control. Dude does find Don't Cry with a shot of his own. They're going to get the instant revive here, but at this point, AG should never be peeking out at this point, but the blue is forcing them in closer and closer to the edge to expose their heads.
Yeah, this is how Deuce getting so much of damage. I mean, he's getting knock after knock after knock. The conversion's not coming through. I mean, he's desperately looking for the Predator of the Week title as well. So he's got 2 more games to get the job done. He's not too far away from it. But if he doesn't find these conversions, then it's just going to be ripped away by Peter by the end of the day. And Peter's not even playing.
Well, let's see how long he can hold on for. AG is still in a pretty tight situation, but the worst part about this is even if they wanted to bail out, there's a good chance that PE Esports is going to do something about it. So it really boils down, can they finesse their way in so that they can get one of the 2 teams to actually collide with each other, start taking pot shots, start opening holes of line of sight, just so that they can sneak through and maybe find a way out?
At this point of time, 3 players are fighting for the Predator of the Week title. It's Saming from Twisted Minds, Wasana from Buriram, and Yu from AG Global. So these last 2 games is really going to pretty much determine that. And Onyx Olympus making sure Saming doesn't pull too much out of this one. So yes, you do have a booyah on Nextera, but perhaps this time you can share, they say, as they eliminate Twisted Minds from the race.
I'm just assuming he has, like, The stream opened up while he's competing. He's just like, nah. He is not gonna get Predator of the Week. Don't you dare. But they shut them down handedly. And I think that now that Twisted Minds are out, this opens up a lot, considering that these teams who have been hunkering down on that northern side, especially since they've been playing Inner Circle, like Heavy, have found a very nice spot to hunker down. And they're praying that if the circle does pull, it will pull towards the right, towards that northern side.
I mean, I just really regret saying something sometimes. I just said Twisted Minds need to take, like average 10 points. They're like, sure, Mustache, no problem. 10 points is exactly what it'll give you game after game after game. I want massive games from them now because they are really falling apart, falling behind the rest of the competition. And some of the teams in front of them are not even playing today. Like, while Esports is just sitting and watching them, like, they're just wondering, like, when are you going to overtake us?
I mean, these teams have been consistently one-upping each other. I'm sure it's eventually going to get to that point.
Yeah.
But for now, I'm just glad that, some of the other teams, Vamos, for an example, getting a bit of a confidence boost. They've got 7 eliminations already with all 4 of their members still alive. And the same goes for Onyx, except they've got 11 eliminations. The last time we've seen a full alive team with 11 eliminations was Bigatron Delta in map number 2, where they were actually able to close it out. But for the most part, BRU getting peppered consistently. They're like, we want to be in the circle, but at the same time, we don't want to be the first one there to make first contact. And Heavy's like, well, the ring didn't pull to our side, so we're gonna push everybody down towards you.
It's a very impressive run from Vamos thus far. 7 eliminations already. Pretty rare for Team Vamos. So we'll see if they can keep this one up as Onyx Olympus needs to squeeze in. But before they squeeze in, they shut down WAG first. Great shot with that XM8. And now next victim on the menu could just be Vamos as they go in for the push. Heavy, on the other hand, will be avoiding engagement, circling around from that left-hand side. But they should come across PE Esports and AG if they continue with that direction.
The timing of that cutaway. They just saw the heads of PE Esports. Now BRU are kind of in a lot of trouble here. A lot of the members getting bombarded by these things while Onyx is putting up their own front against Vamos to try and squish them even harder towards BRU's side. They're looking for any kind of stragglers, but Vamos at this point of time, they're holding the fate of both of these teams. Whatever they decide to do is going to inevitably affect one side.
Buriram's fighting 3 teams at the same time, laying out all of those blue walls behind them and shooting at Evo's Divine Wall, the opposite side of the map. I think they need to focus on both Vamos as well as Onyx Olympus, but Vamos helps them out by using the portal gold, backing away from this engagement. And Heavy, on the other hand, from up top, focusing on shutting down Vamos. But Artemis is not going to get a lot of connections with that LMG from a distance like this, so he'll just need to bide his time a little bit more.
Well, let's see how much time they're going to buy, right? Because I can understand from BRU's perspective, we might as well try and clear our backs during our downtime of hiding behind this cover. With all the one-punch man skins so far, we're waiting for that right serious punch to clean up the rest of these teams on their side of the map, because it doesn't look like, wait, hold on, PE. I mean, yes, they are in the middle of a fight with AG. They don't have to complete this, but on the other side of the map, BRU is getting attacked by literally everybody as Evo's Divine has decided to push in towards Heavy's position to force them to fight.
This is just an absolute reckoning. Jonah, now the captain, hoping and praying he does not get spotted out, hiding between the tires of the monster truck. Whereas Onyx Olympus just continuously smashes all the teams that they are coming across out there on the battlefield. A great run for Onyx this time round. Of course, they desperately need those points. Currently sitting down at the very bottom of the leaderboard in terms of performance between these two groups. So finally, some time for them to wake up as Vamos is eliminated. Onyx continues to pick up those points. Heavy, with his high ground advantage, will eventually need to move as this circle will start closing in on them.
Yep, and Jonah all by himself with the rest of Onyx underneath. Wait, the TP from Caramel? Sypha as well? They were fighting for the underside.
Caramel, let's see if Mabara can recover from this. AG says, hell no, no recovery from you. Instantly puts him out. And Kabi, although he's the greatest blue wall breaker out there on the battlefield, Buriram could not force him to break more as the final player falls as well. Onyx Olympus, slow and steady rotation, looking for Heavy. Grenades being cooked up as well. Gary delivers one in, and the cluster finds no connection. Can the second one get a little bit better? Answer is no. Heavy backs away, so the blue wall melter finds no one as well. Here comes the monster truck, and Gary knocked down by the circle. All tags to Apex and his crazy play, but the monster truck on fire now outside the circle, and the Tatsuya's Rebel Rush helps him survive for a little bit before Hans puts an end to that. Onyx 19 elimination strong, looking to absolutely crush the competition.
Oh my goodness, he has literally griefed everybody on this map. That costed them a lot of glue walls, and now we can see that the ring is getting smaller and smaller with barely any cover to play. You need to have this high ground, but at the same time, does it matter if you don't have glue walls at the same time too?
Onyx Olympus, if they can pull off a booyah here, it will be a phenomenal one. Thus far, throughout the whole day, past 4 games, they've only picked up a total of 27 points. This game alone can exceed the 27 picked up. Kibase, though, bleeding out on the battlefield. Jack with a fantastic knock. M10-14 for the win. Onyx Olympus, 2 more players up, but up against Heavy. Hans is there. He's trying to patch himself right back up. Time turn is going to be pulled out as well so that Onyx Olympus can find some recovery. Glue Wall's going to be keeping Heavy back. Zyru with a hop up. What a shutdown with the Trogon. Kabi trades him out. Jack still standing. 24 eliminations. And Onyx Olympus says, we are here to back the big one. What a booyah.
Woo! We knew it was between the two. It was either going to be Heavy or it's going to be Onyx. They both had great positions. They both had to play around each other and just waited out to the very end. But Onyx Olympus just clutch up just harder when it came down to that final moment where the ring disappears entirely.
I mean, 4 games and they only managed to walk away with 14 placement points in total from 4 games. This one game alone has given them the 12 from the Booyah, and they had massive number of eliminations. I believe somewhere around 24, potentially even 25. And through the 4 games, they only collected 13. This was a massive game for Onyx Olympus. 27 from 4 matches, and with this one game alone, they have shattered the record that they have set within the day for themselves. This is a phenomenal jump towards the top, but it is not going to be enough, of course, to be in the top 3. But to get out of the bottom 6, this is decent. And yes, know your place, baby. That's the message for Twisted Mind. This Booyah doesn't belong to you.
Nah, it doesn't belong to them anymore. These young kids, they're doing well for themselves so far. And I mean, yes, it has been a very slow roll to get them to this point, but achieving that Booyah is definitely going to give them a lot more confidence coming into the next map here. It's going to be random as well, but man, congrats once again. Onyx Olympus coming out big time. It could have been anybody's game at that point.
Absolutely, and of course, Onyx Olympus just breaking the record for the day. 36 points claimed by the squad. I mean, the record's just getting closer and closer to the 40-point bomber. The highest record prior to this was set by BDR in Game 1 with a total of 35 points. They later on picked up 32, but Onyx just, went on a own record setting here for themselves. And what a play from them. I don't think they have ever performed this well. No, the most number of points Onyx Olympus has picked up thus far was 12 points. So this is a whole different phase from them.
I mean, I'm liking what I'm seeing, right? Because again, both Onyx and as well as Heavy play very similar styles, right? They do start to adapt, they do start to change, especially when they come down to those final circles. It kind of depends if they're on the outside or on the inside, but generally, if they are on the inside, and especially when they're kind of forced, they understand how to force teams into each other to find those collisions and really capitalize on it from every angle standpoint, right? It's not just pushing your enemies into each other, but at the same time, looking across from the map to see what other opportunities present themselves, and that's why you see them with such a high elimination count.
Yeah, Onyx Olympus did not just break their own record, but they have broken the record of the competition thus far. This is the most number of eliminations that has been claimed by a team at the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall Edition. This is huge for Onyx. This is huge for Indonesia, because this is what I'm talking about. If they can hit the high note on that grand finals day, because the first mission is just to qualify in the top 12. Second mission is just rock the stage at Surabaya when we bring everybody over to Indonesia. This is a possibility for us to watch on that day. And just like how Falcons did it, I mean, it could just be Onyx rocking the day and ripping away the title from everyone.
Yeah, it really could be. But hopefully we get more insight on this as we hop on to the interview to maybe get some insight on the situation.
Congratulations! This is the first time for Onyx Olympus get Booyah. And first of all, what makes you get Booyah today?
Ini pertama kalinya Onyx buyah. Apa yang membuat kalian bisa buyah akhirnya?
Tadi emang lagi dapat momennya aja sih. Anak-anak juga tadi habis ngatain Buriram, jadi tambah semangat gitulah.
We kind of got the moment and the team was also very very confident. So yeah, we got the booyah.
Got the moment, but what happened to your performance in yesterday and now, especially the first 4 games?
Oke, tapi apa yang terjadi dengan performance kalian kemarin, terutama di 4 game pertama?
Mungkin kurang semangat aja, kurang percaya juga satu sama lain. Jadi kita lebih di match kali ini kita lebih percaya satu sama lain, lebih bareng-bareng lagi, lebih kompak.
It's probably because we are not very very confident and trusting each other, but now we are trusting each other more.
Okay, so I'm so wondering about your new coach. What do you think about Coach Afam? Because Coach Afam is a new coach for you.
Oke, kita mau tanya tentang Coach Afam karena kan ini coach baru. Apa pendapat kamu tentang Coach Afam?
Lebih hidup sih Onyx, jadi lebih ada aturan, lebih disiplin.
So with Coach Afam, Onyx is more disciplined. He has more rules, and we are more confident.
Wow, very sign. Menyala abangku is slang word in Indonesia, right? So thank you so much for Gare. Good luck for your team, and we still have 1 game more. So everyone, I'm waiting the next game. Caster, take it away.
And there you have it. You heard it from the man himself. You want to get more booyahs? You got to check out the pro player lifts. More discipline. More hitting more shots. You know, the atypical things. I'm ready to become a pro player. Give me an S24 Ultra. Right now. We can do it.
I would love to see you try, dude. I tell you, when I started playing Free Fire, so many people were telling me like, oh, dude, you're casting for this game. It's such an easy game. You know, only kids play the game. It's got auto aim. You know, nobody plays Free Fire. It's too easy. So I was like, okay, all right. Let me try. I got wrecked. I got so wrecked. There's no such thing. Okay, yes, it helps you. There's like some aim assist, but you really got to master your movements out there. That's why you see all of these crazy jumps, those hop-ups, and Kalahari just makes it a little bit more crazier with that hook gun. And, you know, to be able to master all of this chaos, to be able to set a record after struggling for so long, I mean, props to Onyx Olympus. But this also shows with how the meta has really transformed over time. It has taken the power away from teams like Buriram, who've been able to constantly dominate, and given some of that shift over to the other teams, as long as they're able to really set that success up for themselves towards that final circle.
Yeah, and I think, you know, a lot of that in the patch itself has been like changing it to make sure that there's a constant reason to be kind of expanding the territory that you usually have. If not, people can just easily hunker down and they have no reason to fight whatsoever. But then you need a good balance of that, right? Because teams like Onyx Olympus, and especially for Gary, he needs to be able to see the entire map to understand the situation going in. You don't want to throw yourself in the very first engagement, but you need to maximize your points somehow. So it's either you fight for these stragglers or you really capitalize, and as you heard in that interview, he found that moment.
Yeah, slightly low on the damage for 7 eliminations, so I'm expecting some of the other players on the side of Onyx Olympus to have massive number of assists on their side as well as damage as well. So we'll take a peek at that in a little bit. In the meantime, a triple R1 run, a single beastin in the hands of Gary as well to get all of those nades, extra information play for Onyx Olympus clearly helped them get those solid rotations around the map.
Yep, and these solid rotations, they need to be calculated every single time. You need to make sure that you are well, there are some teams who prefer to have surveillance inbuilt into their composition. Others just prefer the raw combat power. So yes, there are some gives and takes there when it comes down to like how you kind of walk in with the setup. But let's have a look at the damage, right? Because it's going to be Xru being the top damage dealer on top of Gary being in second place. So I think overall, majority of the damage has to go to tanking glue walls as we look at the elims leader. Saming, finally at the top.
Yeah, man. I mean, they got eliminated a little bit too early, but Samik's like, look, let me just win my own battles because the Predator of the Week walks away with some extra cash in their pocket as well. So even if they don't end up in that number one spot by the end of the day, at least Samik's going to be able to buy the team a little bit of a dinner when they take a break across this week. But looking at the performance of the teams thus far, it's a little bit of a surprise as to how Buriram has been able to maintain their consistency. They are the best performing team for today, 90 points across 5 maps. I'm really curious as to where we get dragged in right after this.
Yeah, no, I'm curious to see where we're gonna get dragged in because now that again, for newer viewers and anybody who's just tuning in, some of these teams perform a lot better on certain maps than others, right? Thai teams generally are going to be the more dominant forces here, but we have seen some of the Indonesians as well really step up.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, you most definitely need to step up. The goal is to get all 5 Indonesian squads into the grand finals to have that home ground advantage. The fans there are going to be super noisy. That's going to give them a lot of home ground buff to be able to dominate the opponents. And you know you most desperately need that because Thailand, as usual, is going to be looking to wreck the whole competition. And even right now, you've got 4 teams towards the top of the leaderboard, right? But we'll catch up with the overall leaderboard in a bit. Let's take a look at this phenomenal success of Onyx Olympus. Once again, this is the highest record set by any teams as far as total points or eliminations is concerned. This is in FFWS SEA Fall 2024. And Onyx Olympus to be the first team to reach that after struggling for so long is truly an amazing feat.
Yep, just goes to show it's anybody's game here at the FFWS Fall season, but behind them, it's going to be Heavy, who also technically has not been having a great day. Same goes for AG, who's been a little bit more consistent. Vamos has been sneaking their way in, trying to get 10 points per round if they are lucky off of their very first engagement, which they usually like to do. But for the time being, until this map is decided, there's, well, I'm just hoping that it goes back to the defaults, right? It goes back to the Bermudas these days.
And with Heavy getting the 17 points, it makes them the second best team of the day. 66 picked up thus far, and that also allows them to finally break into the top 12 run as well. All they need to do is just maintain this sort of a consistency. The climb is for sure if they can pull this off. And, you know, the damage that they're bringing out on today is a version of Heavy that we don't get to see often. So the consistency is definitely going to be one of their bigger challenges.
Yeah, but I'm looking at that, like, where's the biggest point separation? And that's between Hua and as well as GOW. Yes, they're not playing in today, but then the closest one would be Twisted Minds, who's significantly above them at 177. So again, there is we are seeing the brackets really start to separate here at day number 3.
Absolutely. And of course, Buriram has managed to grab that number 1 spot already with their consistent performance. Currently sitting on 191 points, although they only have 2 booyahs, which is pretty rare for a team like Buriram. You know, compared to how they ran through FFWSC during spring season versus fall season, this is definitely a much slower, somber start for your 2-time world champs. But, you know, if this is what's going to guarantee them the title at the end of the day, I don't think their fans are going to mind too much.
Hey, look, I mean, they've won it all before, right? And I think, you know, they would like to not walk in with a debuff on their back that they've got a big red sign saying, hey, it's me, Buriram, you know, everybody look at me. Because we've seen time and time again, like, teams will go out of their way to grief this team, especially the top tier teams, to make sure that they slow down so that they could have a better start.
And AG Global now just 8 points behind Buriram. They still have an opportunity to overtake. What all of this is going to kind of you know, break down to is which map we get brought into during that randomizer play. And if we get brought into... Okay, first of all, for Buriram, they have mastered all of the maps, so it really does not matter to them. But as far as AG Global is concerned, let's take a quick look and see exactly where they do manage to dominate, right? Next Terra is their best map thus far, an average of 24 points there. So perhaps if we get dragged in there, we might just see AG overtake.
Hey man, I mean, if you want your Indonesian dream to happen, we need to have another Kalahari map, just so that everybody else will be like, okay, Twisted Minds, they got away with this one. Maybe we can get some of the rest of the Indonesians to get in on this as well.
Absolutely. RRQ not here to dominate. They are in Group B. So we'll have to lean on to teams like Bigatron Delta as well as Onyx Olympus. And with Bigatron being the underdog surprisingly, with their decent performance here, nobody would have ever guessed it would be Onyx Olympus to set this massive 36-pointer record. But here they are. And with that one game, they have leapt from the bottom 6 now to the 10th spot. So this is a huge leap for Onyx Olympus. And they also get to overtake Expand, who are in that 9th spot. Bigatron Delta not too far away from them as well. So and Onyx Olympus has just done this with just one game. If Bigatron falls one more time, if Onyx gets to that final circle, Onyx will also overtake Bigatron, which is massive for this squad.
Yeah, that would be huge, especially if you're able to try and break into that 100 points, if not 120, just to come into contentions with the rest of the squads. We'll see, because the next map up ahead is going to be Purgatory, and we saw how Purgatory got played out initially, right? Slow starts, early engagements from from a lot of different teams, not as many thirds, but when the third does happen, it's usually a 3, maybe even a 4-way triangle, all in stalemate.
Of course, as we take a look at the top 3 on this map, we see Buriram and Twisted Minds there, but I would also like to throw in another name since RRQ is not playing. AG Global is the third best team. And guess what, man? All 3 of these Thai teams already have a single booyah each on Purgatory. So there's a huge potential. This is going to be an all-out Thai fight in that final circle. But it's all depending on the moods of these teams because, Twisted Minds not having a fantastic day. Only 47 points picked up thus far. AG Global, on the other hand, after starting off with a massive run, setting a decent record on day 1 with 122 points, today they've only managed to walk away with 61 through 5 matches. So definitely a dip in performance for both Twisted and AG, but Buriram is keeping up their own consistency, and that is a true testament to the amount of experience that they've had in the pro scene thus far.
Yeah, no, it's pretty frustrating because it feels like you can never give Buriram a bad day. It feels like no matter what, they're still going to scrape points somehow, whether it be in their key fraggers or whether or not they're just making smarter decisions at the end of the day. But I'm excited to see how this one plays out here because Purgatory, I felt like every team was playing a little cold. I think now it's really going to start heating up, especially when some of the middle pack teams are on the cusp of actually making it into the top bracket.
Yeah, I truly agree with you, man. I mean, it was super cold. Buriram did manage to hit the booyah on Purgatory earlier on, but it was a very soft booyah, just 25 points, 13 eliminations, not like the usual Buriram massive game that we get, but I mean, a win is a win, a booyah is a booyah. Buriram's going to be very happy with that, but they may just be looking to go for a double. But I'm also, once again, looking for AG Global to rise to the occasion, Twisted Minds to find some sort of a repair in terms of their performance for the day. So, it's all out Thailand for me. But I would love to be surprised. I would love to be proven wrong by the Indonesians, especially Bigatron Delta. They've had a dip the past 2 games. Maybe now's a decent time to jump back in here.
Yeah, I think the real extent comes down to how much homework has each of these teams done. And I think, Bigatron Delta has done a lot of good homework starting off today. But now, for some of these maps, I mean, there's only so much you could retain in your brain at one time. And that's why you have coaches to get us up to speed. Because it's time to check out this next map here. The final map of today, in a matter of fact. Let's give it up for Purgatory. As we're going to be making it in for the flight path, we're hoping for a nice standard flight path to give these teams a chance to show off what they are made of.
Yeah, baby. As we head on into Purgatory, fingers crossed it is not a slow-paced one this time around, but of course, the amount of area to cover on this massive map may just have been the cause for the slowdown earlier on. I'm just going to cross my fingers for a crazy flight path this time around, just so that we can get more chaos.
That's a little too much chaos there, Mr. AJ. That might be too much for this lobby to handle. And it looks like the flight path seems to be right through the center again. We have been having a perfect day of like the most even, most symmetrical flight paths here at FFWS.
I don't know who's handling the flight paths, but this person's just way too kind. No chaos, no fun. I'm looking forward to more chaos in the future. But perhaps teams like Vamos can deliver that chaos early. AG Global dropping in a very, very crazy spot as well between Campsite, Brasilia, and Forge. Not so sure what the idea here is, but it's a terrible spot for themselves. Out in the open, dude has an AC-80 though and still manages to nail down Ikal. What in the world? How did he even get that?
Hey, you know, wrong place, wrong time. 18 Deer goes down. And Rob, I mean, he's out of there. The rest of the Indo stars are also struggling. I mean, these early engagements are not going well for anybody. And honestly, I thought the team that was going to fight was going to be Onyx Olympus as well as BRU on the opposite side of the map. But, I mean, it's the recovery phase so early on. A minute and 30 seconds into this game if you already have so many kills.
Raf's dead broke, but we do have a couple of Free Fire coin machines within this area, so he should be able to get a revive within the next few seconds. In the meantime, AG Global scanning out heavy and heading straight in for battle. Kabi will try to provide support fire from afar. That XM8 can find decent connections mid to long range, but it's all about the amount of shots he finds with the connections and stops Hans dead in his tracks, only for Witan to instantly revive him, keeping Team Heavy alive.
Yeah, man, by the time you see it, it's too late. He's already zipping past you. He's already put 6 bullets in your chest. And now the Riptide is going to be unleashed here as they've dashed through. Doesn't find an angle just yet. Instead, he's going to round out Kuna and counter-engage, actually, coming out for the rest of AG. Is actually looking pretty good. They've already found a trade into one. Looking for a second. A stop goes down. Looks like members of AG may have bit off more than they can chew here. It's the rest of them just falling one by one. These fights not going well, and the last remaining person out of there just can't do much. As soon as he sees Sypha go down, that's where they have to play for recovery again.
Yeah, this is a very good counter coming through from Heavy. AG Global not allowed to bully Heavy into submission there. Heavy hitting right back. That revival coming through in the nick of time to give them that extra bit of insurance. That confidence was in them. And of course, they desperately held their ground. Twisted Minds, on the other hand, already with one guy down on the ground, they did manage to pick away 3 eliminations thus far. Nameless in a little bit of trouble as X-Ball spots him from up top. Parafal in hand. Nameless has to wait for the distance to be closed down first before he does... Oh, no, he's got a Parafal as well. So he is most definitely in the position to find a little bit of counter bullets sent towards his opponent, but he needs to wait for that backup either way.
Yeah, and the rest of the Twisted Minds going to be looking for their next POI. The Arsenal opens just on time, and even the buy station. WAG going to be getting zoned off of both of these POIs. I don't think they will really want to contest it with their lack of members as of right now, but they also need to get some kind of resources, at the very least, to get their team members back into position.
WAG with a single elimination already, but spread wide across the map. This is a very big risk as they try to find this rotation. No vehicles in front of them at all. And they're heading straight towards the compound of Twisted Minds. Saming and Diamond on standby. Exposing joining them as well. Not looking good for WAG if they continue to be widespread like this.
Yeah, it just goes to show that Twisted Minds, they're aware of WAG's positioning. That's why they're calling them back, reinforcing their spots, forcing WAG further and further away. The real question is whether or not WAG actually wants to rotate from this side of the circle. There's actually plenty of space to play with. It's unnecessary to go up against the Twisted Minds like they did earlier and losing a majority of their members, so might as well just chill out, and it's vamos.
Vamos indeed. 18 Deer, they are just farming on the Indonesians. They started off the game up against IDS and they're still continuously hunting them down. It's a good plan until, of course, they have to come across another squad and they'll have to rethink their approach to this. They've got the assault bunker key, so easy open and free loot for Team Vamos for the time being. Unless, of course, they bought the key. That means it cost a few hundred, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but man, especially when you have to calculate currency on top of it all. Well, in the meantime, looks like Gary gonna get eliminated here. It's interesting. Looks like he will be able to get back his stuff anyways. But I think for the most part, right, that's the southern side already locked down by Onyx Olympus, and they don't necessarily have to come out. Looking at the opposite side of the map, though, it's going to be EVOS Divine, and PE, Don't Cry, is trying to get out of the vehicle. And he's brought in a friend with him. It looks like they have no choice but to all-in engage.
Okay, this is the problem. Nero's going to get caught out here. But LBT's there for the backup. The rest of the players on the side of EVOS Divine just clamping in on them. PE Sport, the 2 players that we saw in the vehicle, a little too far away. And slowly but surely, they are making the rotation. Ray has been traded back with the FGL. And LBT follows up. Grenade down on the ground. Apex shut down as well. Barra, the final survivor. 1002 in hand. Goes in for the quick purchase. And he manages to bring Ray back in here before he continues the shots towards PE Sport. Great recovery, courtesy of Bara.
Okay. Okay, Bara still... Oh, man. Just as I mentioned it, goes down. And the rest of Onyx Olympus still chilling, but it looks like Heavy...
Oh, my.
They've shown presence here. Oh, he knows. He knows. Can he land this shot? He sees it. Now they're just going to start blasting down the glue walls. They're going to punish Heavy for even stepping foot on the southern territory of Fire Brigade. And they're even dropping down the scan on top of it all just to ensure that there is no wiggle room, that they are not leaving any stragglers around.
Yeah, this one's a risky situation. Onyx Olympus pursuing Heavy outside the circle, albeit not too much of damage from the blue at this point of time. One gets knocked down. Hans could not get there in the nick of time to help Kabi up, but they are able to buy him back instantly. And this skirmish is going to continue. Portal goes straight to the thick of the action for Onyx Olympus. They desperately want these points off of Heavy.
They're whittling them down, of course. Naru is going to try his best. He finds one into Hans. The rest of Heavy, they managed to get at least one guy out of there in the blue still. Onyx, they don't mind this. This is free points for them. They're making sure that their backs are clear as they're going to head back up towards the northern side of the map to make it back into the circle with the help of their portal. And so far, great decisions coming in from Onyx. Let's have a look at attack all around, because they saw the whole thing go down. They saw Indostars in the middle of a fight. They didn't eventually see Onyx for all the sound that they were making, and now they're looking to maybe punish.
And Indostars executed attack all around and Heavy doing the dirty, taking them out of the equation. And of course, Heavy just got a little bit lucky there because one Indostars player went over to Lumber Mill and just had to get caught out. Was trying to buy back his team member at the vending machine. Just luck wasn't on their side. So Indostars bowing out a little bit too early. They will pick up the least number of points as opposed to everybody else within Group A and C today.
All right, let's have a large map view. See as the blue starts to close in, forcing Twisted Minds off of their high vantage point. WAG on the opposite side, just south of them right now, as they want to go for at least get a package up for themselves. Twisted Minds going to start getting shot down eventually by Allen and Explore. They're going to take their time with this, right? The blue moves slow, but eventually backs will be exposed too.
WAG have been forced to play those revivals 3 times already, which does put them at a slight disadvantage here up against Twisted Minds, who would have been able to use their money on better things to beat them up for the fight. But Onyx Olympus finding yet another victim. This time it's Heavy. These guys are just farming. The boost of confidence from the previous massive game is giving them a lot of bravado out there, but this could just turn into poison by the end of the day. You keep getting aggressive, you might just get caught out.
I mean, they're harassing Heavy, right? They saw them coming to the southern side. They got the initial pick. They got aggressive on them, forced them away from their backs, and they still have to deal with them now, right? Onyx, to them, this is just compounding interest. As long as they keep harassing this team, they're going to get free points consistently until the very end of the circle, which they know, for the very least, they're on the outer part of. Oh, what a shot!
Oh, what a shot indeed. McRory is crawling away. Bigatron Delta will have a scrambled Vamos to prey on. McRory He has got nowhere else to go. And the Damage King of the lobby has been overtaken now by Attack All Around's limit. The knockdown onto Artemis. Heavy's just not catching a good breath at all. 2 players now on that revive. They just keep getting hunted by all of the teams out there.
Yep, speaking of getting hunted here, PTR Delta climbing up really quick to try and look for a left angle against Vamos. And Vamos, they have to turn around to slow this down. He's trying to find a trade, doesn't get it. Plenty of EB to hold his armor up, but against 2, gets blasted down. No Trogon in hand, unfortunately, for him to maintain that spray. But Vamos, they got to make sure, play for those placement points wherever you can find it, as the rest of Heavy is trying to eliminate the remaining members, or just ratting it out, making sure, because there's no more, I think there's no more POIs left at this point.
It's like the toss of a coin for you to determine what sort of a passive skill you want to bring in here. Do you want to bring in Nutty Joseph? Or do you actually want to take the risk of not playing his moves, right? Because the A124 used to be in the previous patch's meta, but still can be used now. The only thing is Joseph is there to play that counter. Some of the players choose not to run Joseph because they prefer bringing in Shani or Antonio, but it's all the luck of the draw here, and in that particular situation, Vamos just paid a high price for not having Joseph. That's slow with that A1 to 4 was a easy execute. McRory got taken out. Jundo able to top his health back up. PE Sports in a rough spot between two teams. This is not going to look good.
I mean, it doesn't look good at all, and that's why they have their forefront member, Don't Cry, in the middle of this. He's already down, instantly taken out by the side, by AG, and here comes the rest. Even Heavy is starting to get in the middle of the mix. Good decision here by PE just to evacuate out of there because they see Twisted Minds crawling up real fast.
Oh, Ban up in the air, but Caramel shoots him out like shooting duck. Beautiful stuff, but that also leads Twisted Minds directly to AG Global. They need to disengage right now if they want to climb up the leaderboard. One team dropping here is going to be absolutely salty for the other. Saming, fantastic shot. Stop, dead in his tracks. And who's this? Heavy eliminated finally as they were continuously hunted by multiple squads.
Yeah, and I mean, Twisted Minds, they're happy with this. They found a couple of members of Heavy. They found a majority of AG just getting wiped there. With only one member left, this is really neutering a majority of these players. As we look at the center of that circle, people have hunkered down hard. BRU still playing on the outer ring. Onyx as well. Same goes for Twisted Minds, but Attack All Around finally making their way. They have structures and honestly a really strong position on the map.
Now, Sci-Fi is in a very, very sticky spot here. Has got the Charge Buster, not the best of weapons to have in a 1v2 situation. Need a burst gun. The Trogon would come in very handy. AG Global, 2 players back in it. There is a vending machine at the very edge of the current circle, but that's closing in fast, so nobody's going to be risking the damage. Onyx Olympus, great rotation round. But once again, Purgatory does not serve up massive numbers of eliminations just yet.
No, they don't. And BRU currently, with the position of the ring, they basically got God Spot, right? They control the height. They need to control the bottom incline on the opposite side, which Onyx Olympus is slowly creeping up on. And even when we're looking at Twisted Minds, they recognize, okay, they've one member of AG to deal with. And once we're done with that, we might be able to rotate from the northern side. Because look at the concentration of players here by the city of Brasilia, just on the outer edge.
The guy from AG that's slowly tracking behind Twisted Minds, I'm wondering how is he ninjaing around because he hasn't been spotted out just yet. Diamond walking away, and it's actually Saming that is just ignoring the approach by the AG player right behind him, and he's just walking straight into the thick of the action. PE Sports dealing with attack all around and soon need to deal with Twisted Mind as well.
Yeah, and that's why, I mean, they've used the portal. They just need to keep in mind that the portal, where the portal has been set up in case somebody decides to walk on in. But I think Twisted Minds have taken a very aggressive approach here. It's either they start this war or they start holding out against everybody else, because for them to get shot in the back would mean that Attack All Around are letting them get shot. The fact that AG and as well as BTR Delta, we're even seeing WAG coming in from the back as well. 4 teams so tightly connected. No, 5. And then 1 member from Vamos. Let's make it 6, right?
Yeah, I mean, super salute to Caramel though. He just ninja'd behind the players of Twisted Minds. Did not get detected, did not get eliminated. Vamos instead bowing out. I mean, that's a super play from AG Global. Not aggressive, but just beautiful defensive ninja skill to get in unnoticed. And there were 4 players alive, so I don't even know how Twisted Minds missed that opportunity. And now they're preying on the players of Begatron Delta. Twisted Minds, 7 eliminations strong, and so many players right above them on the second floor.
Yep. What every hotel wishes they had, right? Every room filled to the brim. Business is going good for now as Onyx Olympus from the southern side have to push into the ring, but at the same time, oh my goodness, look at the bombardment of nades to slow them down. They don't want them to be coming out from this side of the house. This is great use of their utility. However, if they use too much of it, they're going to be caught out in the open, and it looks like BRU on the opposite side has the exact same idea.
Yeah, Onyx needs to move. They don't have a defensive spot. They were trying to flush out WAG, but all those ice grenades were just tickling them, and Jump God finds get high. Buriram getting into the thick of the action, but just way too many opponents to deal with. Twisted Minds joining the fray as well. Wasana gets sprayed down. Jump God looking for one, and he finds a strong one. Saming down on the ground. No more sniper for Twisted Minds.
And now they're mirroring the positions, right? Twisted Minds have to deal with attack all around, while Onyx Olympus still in current contact with everybody who's built this infestation of glue walls, like bugs that crawl over each other, looting corpses as they go, looking for bigger opportunities, as we've already seen that attack all around has been eliminating members from the side of Twisted Minds. And again, nobody has found a clean trade just yet. And WAG, they stand out in the open confidently, saying, hey, who wants a piece of us? Everybody has people stuck in their mix with attack all around cleaning their side of the map. Now they're expanding their range of territory, and this monster truck, how many people are going to get griefed by it? Oh, Jet's head is gone.
Attack all around started off the day with a booyah, and they're looking to end the day strong as well with yet another one collected on their side. Base finds the connections through the Woodpecker, but nothing enough to knock down the player just yet. Zairu, beautiful Trogon play. WAG, one more player lost on their side. Base down as well. Attack all around, bagging those players. Onyx finally drops the final player as well. And what a super booyah for AAA. 20 eliminations strong and the 12 for placements.
A huge game from attack all around. The bombardments from these nades, he saved it right to the very end, reloaded, and then did it once more, making sure that they punish any teams remaining in the infested zone, full of glue walls, no cover to play, an interesting end game scenario.
I mean, this is very impressive from AAA, mainly because we obviously saw them struggle quite a little bit, right? Attack all around came in on their debut on the first day. They only walked away with, I believe, a total of 31 points. And now with this massive game, that sets them somewhere in the upwards of 90. So 3 times better, a 300% improvement coming through for the squad of attack all around.
Let's go! 200% improvement is great, and as you can tell by the faces of these members, very happy they're able to find this booyah here on the very final map of today. That means that Attack All Around has gotten 2 booyahs in total here at day number 3 of the FFWS.
Fair enough for them. I mean, this was a great push coming through from the squad. But of course, the best performers for the day still remains to be Buriram United Esports with their single booyah and consistent plays all throughout. The most number of eliminations, though, could be challenged. I do believe that Buriram did not pick up as many in this game, and attack all around is going to give them a run for their money. We'll have to wait for the final stats shortly to see exactly who outshined the other one.
Yeah, I have to admit that both AG as well as Twisted Minds were point hunting for a large majority of this game, actually, right?
Yes.
Once we got to the second, third ring, you could see them playing on the outer side, clear their backs, and as soon as their backs are clear, it's like, okay, it's farming time, right? Let's get the soil ready for the killing grounds.
Yeah, EVOS Divine, of course, met a pretty early end this time around. Indostars didn't really get the best, but Bigatron Delta, we were thinking that, perhaps they could use this as a great platform to launch themselves up to the top. They did. They performed decently well, but we did not expect the underdogs, Onyx Olympus instead, to come out of nowhere and really rock the party, right? 1 booyah they picked up today. 3rd best team overall in terms of performance, with whatever they picked up in this game, brought them to a total tally of 78 points, which is very impressive.
Yeah, honestly, I think if they had like a little bit more resources, maybe they could have been able to make something happen back against their opponents in that final ring. But at the end of the day, right, it's a game of it's a war of attrition, and attack all around just clearly had way more grenades than their opponents. And I mean, it's whoever gets that grenade spam first off, especially when you are in these types of situations where there's too many glue walls to actually clear. You've already used all your utility in terms of character abilities. You have to rely on the good old traditional glue wall melters, or some frags. But with that being said, let's have a conversation with our winners of today here. Attack all around. Let's have a word from the stage.
In a little bit, of course.
In a little
Take
bit,
a
naturally.
Couple of seconds.
As much time as you need.
Start the day with Attack All Around and close the day with Attack All Around. It's been a good day for Attack All Around! Yay! And this is Limit representative, his team. Okay, first, it's been a good day for you guys, like I said. So I want to ask you that, can I call this is a full steam comeback of your team?
จากวันนี้ก็เป็นวันที่ดีของ AA ตอนนี้เราเรียกได้หรือยังคะว่าเป็นแบบการที่แบบฟอร์มทีมกลับมาเต็มแล้ว
ก็
ยังไม่เต็มขนาดนั้นครับถ้าเต็มก็ต้องแก้ปัญหาเรื่องต้นเกมให้ได้ก่อน
It's not 100% complete performance because we still need to fix the early game fighting.
So if you talk about the early games, what will you adjust to fix that?
ถ้าพูดถึงการแก้ปัญหาเรื่องต้นเกมแล้วคิดว่าจะแก้ยังไงคะ
ก็ต้องไปปรับวิธีการเล่นให้ไม่วัดแบบ 50% เราต้องมีเปอร์เซ็นต์ชนะมากกว่า
We need to train and adjust the fight, not fighting with 50% win and lose.
So that means for attack all out, fighting combat is like your weakness right now, right?
นั่นแสดงว่าตอนนี้ก็คือการแบบว่าวัดแบบ50-50แบบ CC อย่างเงี้ย
จุดอ่อน
เป็นจุดอ่อน
attack
ของทีม
ครับก็ถ้าเกิดไม่มีของก็น่าจะเป็นจุดอ่อนครับถ้าเกิดมีของก็ได้ทุกทีมครับ
So he will that if without the loadout and stuff like looting, so it will be the weakness.
I think that is not just only your team, you know. That is for every team reason for the early game, right? So what will you set the goal next? That attack around want to do it, want to achieve it.
งั้นเป้าหมายของทีมขั้นต่อไปคืออะไรคะว่าเก็บบูย่าเก็บแต้มอีลิมเพิ่มขึ้นหรือว่าโฟกัสที่การแก้ไขปัญหาทีม
ก็เรื่องเกมผมว่าทีมเล่นกันดีแล้วครับเข้าขากันมากขึ้นแล้วก็ต้องไปแก้ไขเรื่องต้นเกมอย่างเดียวครับถ้าเกิดต้นเกมเล่นไม่ได้ก็คือจะพังทั้งเกมนะครับเราก็จะไม่ได้เล่นตามแผนที่เราวางไว้ครับ
So I will focus on fixing the early fight in the game first. Yeah.
Okay. So and last but not least, can you tell anything to your fans?
งั้นมีอะไรอยากฝากถึงแฟนๆไหมคะ
ก็ฝากติดตามพวกเรา AA ด้วยนะครับก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ครับผมรอบนี้มาเอาจริงแล้วครับ
Please follow and support us. We will do our best and you can see in this competition.
And this is Limik from Attack All Around. Yay! Keep it up, guys. And this is for the first week of FFWS SEA FALL. So, what will we get in the next week? You have to stay tuned. But now, back to you, Shoutcaster.
From getting 31 points on the first day of play to 95 on the final day here, their second day of play, Attack All Around has really managed to find all of the remedy that was required for them, and now Thailand is right back in it.
They're looking good here. I mean, I thought gone were the old glory days of some of these teams. You know, they like to pick it up slow. Yeah, they get better throughout the tournament, and these slow burners eventually are able to pop off at the end. But I think I'm liking the way Attack All Around is playing. I'm not gonna lie. You know, they look good at the beginning of the day. They had a couple of hiccups here when it came down to the mechanics, but once they kind of pull it together, as long as you're making smart decisions, especially on these bigger size maps, you usually get some decent placement points.
Absolutely, man. And of course, the climb was still possible for some of these teams. We were looking at teams like AG, Twisted Minds to overtake RRQ. Buriram was predicted to overtake them as well. That's most probably happened already. But it did not happen the way I thought it would happen. I thought they would really leave teams like RRQ and Falcons down in the dust as they overtook them at the top of the leaderboard, but they've kept it really, really slim because there was just not that one explosive team out there that was just, crushing everybody else and stealing away all of the points. We had quite a decent spread of those points across these matches, and of course, Attack All Around being one of the better teams out there as well to find that improvement in their gameplay.
Yeah, personally, I love it, right? It just goes to show that the meta has developed in a particular way. When I'm talking about meta, I'm not talking about game meta, but professional play meta, right? Competition, tournament, most effective tactical advantages that they can abuse against their opponents. And a lot of it just comes down to memorizing opponents' rotational paths or understanding how teams make decisions so that you can capitalize on it down the line. And I think that Attack All Around, they've done a lot of good homework. The fact that they're walking into certain areas and avoiding others really goes to show that their homework is paying off.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, when you get tortured on your first day of play, you have to go back to the drawing board and figure out exactly what went wrong. And they figured out exactly what went wrong, right? They were taking a little bit too much of a slow approach to all of these fights. They didn't really want to get into too many scuffles. They were looking for that final circle, but then they finally caught up that, aggression is definitely needed on the Southeast Asian level, because if you do not shut down each and every single team that you meet across the battlefield and just try to run away from them, you're eventually going to get caught out with your backs turned against them. This time, Attack All Around did not turn their backs. They were just hopping on into those engagements one after the other, and it surely did pay off. Let's take a look at the eliminations here. 10 just between Jump God and Limit. Poon God and Foki brings in a total of 19 eliminations in this game. A very, very strong finish for Attack All Around.
Stellar number. I mean, I was hoping that they would get a little bit more consistent, and today they showed that they can actually pull this off. But let's look at the elims leader so far, because now we are seeing the rest of these top 5 players eventually becoming all-tie.
Absolutely, man. And of course, you do see Wasana, Diamond Dew all creeping up towards Saming, but they're not going to be able to catch up anymore. Games have concluded for week number 1. So I guess we know exactly who our Predator is. Yeah, the key players for the final match of the day. Limit with 4,001 damage. He had a massive game out there. Of course, helping out the rest of his team members, picking up a couple of eliminations for the squad himself as well. X-Ball with the 17 blue walls destroyed. 9 headshots from Kibase and Onyx Olympus. I mean, great, but the conversions just weren't there for the squad this time round, albeit they did perform so much better than expected. And Liam, he struggled. 4 revives for the squad, and Indostars just could not recover from the early damage.
Nah, they could not. They absolutely could not. But MVP leaders looking a little bit better with Twisted Minds on top. Going to be with Diamond Dew just behind him as well. Like, Dew is winning on multiple categories, but he just can't seem to get that top spot. And of course, Peter, Wasana, and as well as Yanbin.
And of course, everybody else will be looking to hunt these guys down alongside the squads next week. These are the strong teams, but I'm just so much happy to see Hua Esports have a representative up there. This team, we thought they were just down and outed. Nothing much was expected from them, but yet they went ahead to set many records. One of the first teams, if not the first team to reach 3 booyahs in the competition, and finally equalized by Twisted Minds. But let's take a look at the tally here as well, right? 31 points for Attack All Around. Today, whoever who's picked up the booyah has had a pretty decent distance between themselves as well as the second spot.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. And not only that, like, first and second is one thing when it comes down to the game per game, but it really starts to add up when you look at the overall standings afterwards, right? With Attack All Around getting these 31 points, Twisted Minds, I mean, obviously, with 16 points seems pretty good overall, but it could have been so much more. And the same could be said about Onyx on top of it all, because all of these teams were not only fighting it out pretty heavily, but they were mirroring each other's positions. Oh, I take advantage of you taking the space. I'm going to take the space immediately after, and these types of playstyles have netted them at least 4 Attack All Around, a 9th spot.
I guess I have my question answered then. Buriram will have their elimination count caught up by Twisted Minds. 3 teams right at the top. I've gotten my prediction on point, but the arrangement is slightly off. Buriram actually ending up in the number 1 spot. Twisted Minds right behind them. 4 points difference. AG Global 3 points behind Twisted Minds. Yes, they do overtake RRQ and Falcon, but not by miles and bounds ahead. So it's going to be a crazy week 2 when we come back next week.
Yep, it's going to be a crazy one, especially with the majority of these points separating a lot of them into 3 different brackets technically. Let's give it up for our weekly Predators, the ones who are making these breaks happen. And we have Twisted Minds having, once again, 40 eliminations with 25,000 damage in our number 1 spot. And in second place, dude, grumbling. I got 30,000 damage, but I'm 4 eliminations.
Absolutely, man. I mean, it's all about the conversions, dude. And if you're not going to have the rest of your team members follow up some of those crazy snipes, then of course it is going to be quite a struggle. But props to them. I mean, all of these players, they performed really, really well out there. But, Saming truly deserved it on the side of Twisted Minds. It was even though the team does not end up on the number 1 spot, 4 points away. So this is a good incentive for them to continuously, try their very best to drown out Buriram. But then that effort seems to be a little tough at this point of time.
Yeah, I mean, Buriram hasn't been absolutely smashing it every single map, but at the very least, these 2 teams are getting closer and closer. They have similar play styles, with Twisted Minds being more of the aggressor, but it's just because we haven't seen Buriram just take off the Rock Lee weights and drop it down, We're waiting for them to really start to gain that momentum to close out this entire tournament.
Absolutely, man. And of course, I can't wait to see the comeback of Indonesia because week one has truly been dominated by Thailand, not by leaps and bounds once again, but yet you still do see 3 Thai flags right up at the top. And if you look at the top 5, 4 out of the 5 teams are from Thailand. But that will, of course, bring us to the end of week number 1 here at the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2024 Fall Edition. Once again, my name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the crazy good Gideon Q. Thanking all of you guys for your support and love. Thank you. We'll see you guys next week.